It's that time of year, everybody. It is that time of year to get with your families, with your in-laws, and have that wonderful dinner, Thanksgiving dinner. No politics, no religion, no arguing ever, right? Just kidding. I just want to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving, and we brought a very special episode to you this year for Thanksgiving. Kyle Morgan, he's a former Delta boy, Delta Force operator. Kyle has done one of the most heroic acts that I have ever had the honor to listen to on the Shawn Ryan show. He saved a lot of people by entering a hotel by himself who was being shot up by bad guys. Ladies and gentlemen, this show started out showing you the tough transitions that warfighters do going from fighting wars into the civilian population. And Kyle, at the time of recording this, had only been out for 44 days. You're going to see exactly what it looks like when a warfighter comes home from war and tries to reintegrate into civilian life. You're going to see that he can't hold a single thought. He can't wrap his head around a single subject. And you're going to see him relive events. It's going to be all over his face, especially when we get to the hotel, the trauma that caused. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kyle Morgan to the Shawn Ryan Show. Kyle Morgan, welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, Shawn, thanks for having me.
My pleasure. We've been going back and forth for what, like 6 months now?
Yeah.
And finally got you in here.
Yeah.
Had a couple of good conversations, but so brief introduction, 20 years in Army, most of which is special operations work, almost all combat time. Your service is incredible. Some of your awards: Distinguished Service Cross for Extraordinary Heroism, 5 Bronze Star medals, 1 with Valor, U.S. Department of State Bureau of Diplomatic Security Certificate of Heroism, Military Freefall with Bronze Star Combat, 3 Presidential Unit Citations, 2 Meritorious Unit Citations, Defense Meritorious Service Medal, 6 Army Good Conduct medals, and the list goes on. That's a hell of a career, man. But, so we're going to cover your whole life story, starting with childhood. But first, we always start with a gift. Any guesses?
What's in the box, man? I hope it's donuts.
Donuts? Damn.
I hope there better be donuts in your show.
Close.
No, thank you very much. The guess would be, donuts and maybe, I don't know, some gummy bears. I don't know.
Finally, somebody watches the show that's on here. No, I'm just kidding.
It's like
Nobody ever guesses
no one
that.
knows. I'm not really good at
Just open
the
it.
opening.
Just
piece.
rip it open.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Dude, better than donuts, man.
Made right here in the USA.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No, I appreciate
Well, thank you for the flag.
Yeah.
That's going to look good framed up.
Thanks for letting me give it to you and then sign it, and it means a lot to me. That flag is the Blue Bearing Solutions is the company I started, and being proactive with my retirement and transition, and that flag is I jumped it for the first time. I haven't jumped in 2 years since I had my neck fused, and I'm going to retire it here with you. So I jumped it, signed it, and now it's yours.
Well, it'll be framed up, hanging in the studio proudly.
Yeah.
But man, I'm real excited for this interview. You have started your training company, Blue Bearing Solutions. Mm-hmm. You're 44 days out of the military. I believe that makes you the most relevant man in the training space, whether you like to hear that or not. You're the most current. And I know you have a heart of gold, and you want to help with this active shooter shit that's been going on. And we just had another one last night in Memphis, all over the city. And so let's start off talking about that. You think there's a solution to this, and it is happening more and more and more. Some people want to take the guns away. They think that's the solution. Some people think arming teachers is a solution. What's Kyle's solution?
I think empowering people and not just to bear arms. Like a gun is a tool, and it can be used for good, to defend and to protect, and it can also be used for these atrocities that have been happening since Columbine, since 1999, where our children are being taken from us, and they are by definition innocent. In a sense, they cannot protect themselves, nor should they have to. In that sense, we need to create an environment that we as American society have had, and the fact is it's a societal change that needs to happen. Taking ownership of the fact that it isn't how it used to be, and thank God this isn't an organized terrorist group that's been conducting these attacks, because we wouldn't be ready for it as a society. We're not even ready for it. And the biggest thing that we can do, it's not a solution. It's a societal change. It's impacting our youth, and then developing and protecting them to become contributing members of our society, and then their kids. What we can do right now is, and what I can do and what I'm doing, is showing people that you can make a difference. One person can make all the difference in taking action, absorbing one fraction of that attacker's bandwidth to focusing on you. And the sooner that you can do that, and then never the pursuit of that, and then once that happens, you hold on to it. Imagine and put yourself into the children's feet and eyes. You take that from them.
Yeah.
If you are a protector, because a lot of people think that they're protectors and they're just providers. To truly protect is to do both, provide and to protect, and to use overwhelming force if you need to. And I don't want to create and look for fights, and that's not the life I'm living anymore. But I also know that I will step and take that from anyone's child, and I will put that burden onto me. And I know that I will continue to pursue and never letting go of that, because all it takes is now they're focusing a fraction of their bandwidth on you. And oh shit, where are they at? Where'd they come from? What are they doing? What are they gonna do? For one, they may just off themselves right away. And the statistics are there. Like if you look at like the incidents that have happened, and then as the results of them, and through who intervened, and then how long was it going, reducing the amount of time for them to go unadulterated. Like they have the upper hand, but with building your confidence in that you can do something. And if that something is just getting between good and evil, like you'll be able to rest at night.
Yeah.
And if the tomorrow problem is that you're in jail for acting, well, then that's a bigger societal issue we have, isn't it? But I'll be in jail or dead in heaven, and those are tomorrow problems.
Yeah.
But right then, it's just empathy. It's compassion.
So you think
for
it's
others?
You think that the solution to this is basically a cultural change?
It's a
and that
massive
everybody
cultural
needs
change.
to adopt this
Taking
mindset.
ownership of it, the fact that we can't just ignore this. Ignorance is not bliss. And how many more of these have to happen before because we are powerful. We as a collective can make, and we have. You look at our society, like we have done some amazing things as the American culture, and like I'm so proud to be an American, and it's not that it's gone. It needs to be stoked, like the fire inside of all of us.
Yeah.
To taking ownership of it.
Do you think that's actually a real possibility? Because one of the things that I see in today's culture is everybody's just looking for somebody to blame. Nobody actually wants to take responsibility, and nobody actually, from the school boards to the parents to the politicians to the people.
Yeah.
What I see a lot of answers is instead of the parents actually learning maybe some things that they could adopt to improve their, kids' chances of survival if that was to happen. Like I did a video that was like 5 things that you could do, if there was an active shooter. And but what I see the parents doing is they want to hire a security guard. They are legitimately willing to bet their kid's life on somebody that they're going to pay $13 an hour for.
Yeah.
And that's their solution.
There's
They
plenty
think
of-
that somebody that's being paid $13 an hour is going to jump in front of the bullet that's heading right for their kid's face. And that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Because I think that the people are just too busy, or they think that their priorities aren't there. This is somebody else's job to teach my kid this stuff. This is somebody else's job to protect. That's your fucking job.
No,
that's your fucking kid.
Your safety and your security and of what you care about and who you care about is on you.
Yeah.
And like there's all kinds of like people want to throw tools or resources or a bill, a policy, they'll take the guns, give them guns. Like to me, it's like let's strip all of that away and just focus on the fact that like get back to center of what it is to be a protector, like truly in your household. And then if you think about how powerful that is to make a change, like an impact change, it's like a ripple effect. Like if you do that in your house and then that spreads, over time in your spheres of influence, and then I'm doing it, and then we're building a league of protectors, right? And then we're changing the way that we think as a cultural shift. Like it's not necessarily, it's not saying, because what I can't do, Kyle Morgan and Blue Bearing, is I'm not trying to lobby in politics to do this or that or the other. Like I'm just focusing on what I can do is show people what right looks like in this space of active shooter and expose them to environments that I've been in. And with that, it's about exposure, and there's no one situation that's going to look the same, and you apply the same tactic every time. It's not. It's here. It's mindset. And that's why I do protector mindset training.
Well, I mean, you're the perfect guy for the job, especially with your career and what happened in Mali. You know, you've been through it.
Yeah.
The exact scenario.
And that's why, like, I started my company. It's spelled BLU for a reason, as a direct correlation with Radisson Blu Hotel, spelled the same way, and it's also my favorite color, and it's also a direct correlation with with depression and sadness, and then bearing, like Atlas, bearing the weight of the world, or bearing it all, like no human should, but we do, and I damn sure did for a long time, and that's not for us, it's for God. And I can say that from this seat here because I could never see that for what it was, and then how you carry yourself, your military bearing, you know, and then a compass bearing. So if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. And I was doing that my whole life, and now I've been in the light and on this path with a bearing I've been shown by God, and now it's on me to stay on that bearing.
Yeah.
But to start the company, it was active shooter, active killer, active threat. Like the Radisson Blu Hotel that was attacked November 20th, 2015. Like I was deployed in that country, but working out of the embassy, and I had been.
Don't get into that yet.
Okay, sorry.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I know you're dying to tell that. We'll get there. But let's go ahead and start with the interview. But let's start a little earlier than 2015. Let's start back in 1984 when you were born. Where'd you grow up?
So I was born in Central Florida, a little town, Eustis, Florida. Probably lived there for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, and then we moved to upstate New York. So my dad's family's from upstate New York, and then all my mom's family's from Florida. But as a young adolescent, I mean, we moved, I don't know, 10 to 15 times by the time I left for, you know, by the time I turned 18.
What kind of stuff were you into growing up?
So I never could sit still. I was always like climbing on the window sills, from the way that my mother used to explain it. Yeah, imagine that. But it was a very, I did a lot of organized sports. That was like football, baseball, basketball, like from as soon as I could. So from 5 years old. So I enjoyed like the team aspects of those, and like, but then the stability piece just wasn't there as far as moving around. So I could never really plant my feet and like figure out who I was and who I wanted to be. And yeah, so as a young adolescent, I just, you know, when I was younger, and then when things got a little harder with academia, and I was just like struggling, you know, so I started acting out and, you know, looking for attention. And it was easier because we'd go from one school to another, and I'd be the new guy or whatever, and I could just start over, you know.
Yeah.
And but that played into a lot about, you know, at 10th grade in high school, I think I got kicked off the football team because of my GPA got too low, below like a 2.0, and I was just like, okay, roger that. So I just started like, all right, I guess football's not going to happen. I mean, that was my passion. And so then I just started, you know, focusing on all the things that would instant like gratification, and, you know, oh, you like me, don't you? Yeah, I'm cool. That was my sense of self. Like it had been nurtured in an environment where like no one showed me. I wasn't developed like by a positive male role model or female. It was very chaotic. And
How?
like the stability piece like creates chaos in itself. And then, you know, that with like just the normalization of behaviors. And, I just watched and was either a part of my mother abused my father, and my father just verbally, physically, would drink himself into, just to isolate himself in the garage or whatever. And it was just like, to me, I just saw that as what he just doesn't want to be here, and, but one thing I will say is he never left, he put up with all of that. And it was just raged and like just jealousy and codependency and all these things that now mind you, this is me. I've been 38 years later, I'm looking back with the lens I've been shown and are put on. And, it's in hindsight. I mean, it's not for a child to have to make sense of that shit, and it's unfair, but it also is just a part of my story. And it's, but I will say I lived my life even as a young father. Well, no, you guys don't have it this bad. You don't have it that bad. You don't know what bad is,
Yeah.
And that's just not a way to parent, and I feel like I held my head for, minimizing my own behavior in front of them, and that's the part where I'm really, like, I really want to change that, that narrative, that break those generational like norms and my legacy, and I can, and I am.
Were you into hunting or
What girls? That was about
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that was like my
girls and booze?
Yeah, that was it, man. And I say that loosely because, or not loosely, but I guess like it was my sense of self was, oh, you think I'm good looking, or I look how good I did, because I was physically fit, and those were the escapes, for me to say, well, all right, like, I'm just this scared little boy inside, afraid of his own shadow.
There's a lot of people growing up in the world like that, with a dysfunctional family, moving around a lot. And there's going to be a lot more now that Roe versus Wade has been overturned. It's going to be a lot of kids in poverty.
Mm-hmm.
So looking back, if it's yourself, do you have any advice for kids that are growing up in a situation that's similar or worse than yours?
Yeah, you're not alone, period. Like, there is positive role models out there that want to show and to show you and to hold your hand through your developmental phase. It's just more people like myself and that I'm trying to become need to step up and just take ownership of that as well, because like, there's obviously my children that I have to change and work through, but I can also be there for their friends and their friends of friends. Like, and that's the opportunities that I have now. And I'm just so grateful for, because I can focus on it. My priorities it's a complete shift of, like, I've been so focused for 20 years on combating terrorism abroad. Like, there's a lot of work to do here inside of our own borders, and that's what I'm focused on. And
Yeah.
It starts at the household. It starts at, like, positive male role models. Like, we don't have those anymore.
So are you saying these kids need to seek out a positive male role model?
Well, it's not on them. It's like us.
Well, I'm saying for the kid.
Yeah, like, they
What is your
just know
advice
that
for the kids?
there is good people out there, and what you're like, it's not on them. Like, the environments that they're like raised in situational, like I don't blame children for growing up in mud huts and radical extremism. I don't blame them. I don't blame children that grow up in poverty and around drugs and alcohol and abuse, and they are the definition of innocence.
Yeah.
Like, they are. At a certain point, that becomes their reality, right? Like, and then they step into society, and that's just their reality. But for me, it's about challenging other male role models to step up and like seek out these this is our societal. If we want to make a change,
Be a good example.
Be a good example, and that's just like showing people what right looks like.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. It doesn't mean you got to have this many volunteer hours at this or that. It's just when opportunities present themselves, see them for what they are, and realize that the impact that you can have is profound, and you can't measure it, and it's not like quantifiable. So you just do it early and often, and I think that's how you impact change. But to the children in those situations is like this is the greatest country in the world to grow up in, to be a part of, and don't let the circumstances that you've been presented with define you as a person, as a young adolescent.
Well, I think you're a perfect example of you don't have to live there forever.
Yeah.
There are a lot of kids feel trapped, that they're not ever going to get out of that, but there are ways out of it, and you're a perfect example.
Yeah.
I mean, you operated at the highest level possible. Yeah. So at what point did the U.S. military when did you become interested in that?
So I think it was probably between my junior and going into my senior year of high school. Like, I got sat down by a teacher that like saw something in me, and the potential, or the opportunity to like develop someone, youth. And it was very like I don't know, I just remember it now because it meant a lot to me, and I couldn't remember a lot about my past for a long, long time. But he was a positive male role model, that isn't your biological parent, and he also served in the Ranger Regiment. And I remember him showing me a photo of doing some like small unit tactic training and stuff. I mean, I didn't know what it was back then. I was like, oh, that looks so cool. And now I'm like, that wasn't that cool. But it was like in the 90s or whatever. Yeah. Just like blue, red, yellow smoke, this and that in the woods. But as a young kid, I was like, wow, that's like really cool. And it was. I mean, like the fact that he shared that, and then he wasn't trying to get me to join the military. I was interested in listening to his stories, but he sat me down. I was like, hey man, like you're not going to graduate if we don't like write this path. So he set me on to a path, and I mean, I was like, I had to catch up on a bunch of classes. I just kept like blowing off and either failing or whatever. And, but he put me on that trajectory, like in a short amount of time, my senior year, or towards the end of my junior and then senior year. And then 9/11 happened, 2001. And I remember I was in, the classroom I was in, and it was just such a visceral, like feeling and surreal, to see the towers, the first one and then the second one get hit and then go down. It was just like, this isn't real, even as a younger, I was 17, and I was like, what was happening, and, I mean, but it was, I mean, obviously it was our reality. And I talked with him a little bit, but I went, and talked to a Army recruiter, and then December I went to MEPS and did all in Tampa, because I went back to Florida for high school and signed up at 17 in the delayed entry program. And I remember my mother had to sign as I was still under 18. So it was contingent on that I graduated, and then I turned 18 and I left 2 weeks later for basic training. So.
Did you know you wanted to go into special operations? Or?
No, I joined. I didn't know anything about like who was what and what units are this and that and the other. But for some reason, the 82nd Airborne I had heard of, it's America's
Yeah.
guard of honor. It's a very rich in culture and history and from World War II, and that's what I signed up for, was an airborne contract that brought me to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, like right away. So as soon as I finished infantry school and jump school in Benning, Fort Benning, Georgia, I reported to Bragg at the end of 2002. And yeah, so, I mean, just completely wet behind the ears, man. I didn't know. I was just like a little punk,
Yeah.
And I got humbled all the time. And
I'll bet.
And yeah, it was I remember the platoon I showed up to, and I was the only new guy for a long time, man. So I like ate it all as far as the hazing and.
Well, before we get into your time at the 82nd, let's take a quick break.
Serious question. Who wants to take the best shit of their entire life? Right here, I do. How do you do that? You go with Bubs Naturals Collagen Protein. You rip the thing open, you put it in your coffee, you stir it up, and you're on your way. Now, if taking the best shit of your entire life doesn't interest you, collagen will also give you beautiful hair, great skin, and nails to die for. So, and you'll recover a lot quicker in between workouts if that's your thing. So now that we got the good shit out of the way, get it? Let me tell you a little bit about Bubs the company. Bubs is a tribute company to Glenn Bubs Doherty, who is a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor who died defending American freedom in Benghazi, Libya. Bubs donates 10% of all proceeds to veteran organizations like the Glenn Doherty Foundation and 100% of all proceeds on Veterans Day. Let me tell you about Bubs' latest product that helps with energy, healthy digestion, your immune system, and your metabolism. Bubs Naturals Apple Cider Vinegar Gummies, which actually taste so damn good that I ate all 60 of them the first night I got them. They taste amazing, and man, I got a lot of energy now. Anyways, go to bubsnaturals.com, use promo code Shawn to take 20% off your order. Thank you, Bubs Naturals, for being a sponsor of the Shawn Ryan Show. The economy. What the hell is going on? I thought precious metals were supposed to track inflation. They're just going down, it seems like. Stock market's going down.
If you're going to point to one factor of what controls our economy more than anything else, it's interest rates.
The direction of the U.S. economy befuddling the experts again and rattling investors in a huge way as the latest consumer price index data finds inflation in August was mostly unchanged.
The funny part talking about this is a part of my life for the vast majority of my career up until, just about a year or two ago that I really didn't let anybody know. In my business, I get to see everything because if you're going to work with me, you got to show me everything.
We all see social media, we see the Lambos, the Ferraris, the private jet. You get to see behind the curtain.
Yeah.
How many did you call or have you called along the way where you thought, oh man, this person's crushing it?
From the outside in, determined, because that person might be one Lambo lease payment away from going bankrupt.
New data today showing what so many Americans are feeling. The price of nearly everything is stubbornly high.
We have more to do, but we're getting there.
And everyone's definition of success, what wealth is, what matters, is completely different.
What's it mean to you?
It means choice. What money provides is choice, because I grew up with no choice.
Yeah, well, politics is all about the economy right now, Charles.
Getting ready to retire, you got $1 million finally, and now it's $790,000 and you're getting ready to retire. That doesn't feel too good. So now what you have to ask yourself, though, is this all sustainable?
All right, Kyle, we're back from the break. You're joining the Army. You get to boot camp.
Basic training.
Basic training, whatever they call it over there. But what was that like?
What a shock. It was you show up, they shave your head, and there's a line for everything. Get in line. You just get indoctrinated. And that's the point, I think, to following orders, and building to see if you can cut it. And I really thrived in that space, because as much as I wanted or was acting out as an adolescent and as a teenager, I got arrested twice before I was 18.
What?
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. But yeah,
You forgot that you got
Yeah.
What'd you get arrested for?
One was like shoplifting.
What'd you steal?
Like a tie.
Nice.
From like a department store, and like one of the like testing bottles of cologne.
Oh yeah.
On a dare.
On a dare?
Yeah, it was like, I bet you can't walk out with that. And I was like, shit. I walked out with it. And then this guy was like, hey man, I'm gonna need my stuff back. I was like, what stuff? And I was just like, oh. So he took me in, and I was like 16, 17. I was like acting out, man. And the other time it was, we got pulled over, and we skipped school, and we're partying and stuff and drinking, and underage drinking. And I had like a fake ID that I made, because in Florida, I'm not going to get into that, but
no, let's get into it. Yeah.
So we can't do them anymore.
So you're a graphic artist at 16 years old.
16 years, just resourceful.
Nice.
And I would like sell them. Like, hey,
you're
only if,
you made a business.
Yeah, a little business. I forgot about that.
Entrepreneur.
Looking for ways to make money to party, and be cool.
What does a fake ID go for in Florida back in what, the 2000s?
This was in late 90s, 2000s, yeah. So it only worked if it was a kind of a limited model. But if you were born in 84, I could turn the 4 into a 1, and it's in 2 places on the ID. And then I would basically photocopy. So I erased the 4 to where, like with an eraser, and then cut out a photocopy of a 1, like the same, someone's ID that was born in 81, and then like use packaging tape or whatever and put that over it, and place it correctly. And then you could, with warm water, you could rub the white or the white off the paper off, and then let it dry, and then it'll have the adhesive again, and then place it over. So it wouldn't pass it would get you into clubs, like
that
18-year-old and like dancing.
Nice.
And like underage, but you still couldn't like drink, but it would allow me to go and fit in and stuff with older. I had like older crowd friends and stuff, and I wanted to be able to hang out. So, and that led to, I didn't even know what a colonel was. Like in 06, like they had to do a waiver to get me in, and I had to like tell them, like talk to him, and explain to him why he should let me join the Army.
No
one
shit.
person, yeah. And I totally forgot about that, but yeah, like I was like, who's this, and why do I have to, what? And I was like, okay. And I talked to him, and I convinced him, and give me 1 second on that. Where was I going with that? There was another element of...
You wouldn't have gotten in the Army had it not been for that colonel that gave you basically a second chance.
Yeah. And like, I was supposed to be joining with my cousin. Like, we both signed up together, but he couldn't score high enough on the ASVAB to get a bonus, right? And this is what good recruiters do. They had me take his ASVAB for him.
Are you shitting me?
Like, I filled out his name, and then I scored high enough again to where So he could get a bonus. So he did the whole like raise your right hand thing and the delayed entry, and then never left. Like he didn't graduate high school and just like went on whatever path he went on. So then it was just me. But yeah, there was a lot of things like, yeah, there's a lot of pivotal points that just
worked out in your favor.
Yeah, it worked out. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's been a lot of that going on, just riding a wave of all of those. But now I'm taking ownership and taking control of my own life and my own actions.
Yeah.
And that's really it. And the rest is for God.
Yeah.
Which is a really comforting feeling. Yeah.
You got in. You're at the 82nd Airborne. What's that like checking in? Where is that?
Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Bragg?
Yeah.
Is your whole career at Bragg?
Basically, yeah. There wasn't much time spent. I mean, it was there and not there. I mean, I got there and like it was awful. For one, the barracks were like, they weren't the World War II barracks, but they were like the old barracks, man. You could still smoke in them and shit. And like everyone smoked cigarettes for some reason. I was like, was this like a thing? It's like Marlboro cowboy killers. And, you know, I was just like, well, I just want to fit in. So I was so stressed out. I remember how I thought about going AWOL, like, because like it was, for one, there was a lot of systemic, like, just cultural, like, racism and things that I just wasn't used to. Like, I was just like, what is this? And, you know, if I had something to say against it, man, I paid for it. And because they would use the rank and this and that, and everyone outranked me. So it was just like, go smoke him. Scuff, auto scuff, you know? And I was like physically strong, so they couldn't necessarily break me. And
so there was
pissed them off. And
there was a lot of racism when you went there, and you stood up to it.
When I first, yeah.
And they
like when I first,
they crushed you for it.
Yeah, like it there was it really was off-putting to me, and it should be, but it was like I was like hit by it where it caught me off guard. I was like, what is this? Like, and that wasn't all of them, but like the squad I went to specifically, and the platoon, it was kind of like, there was elements of it, and it was, I was like, ugh. And, but I was also like trying to figure out who I am as an adult, you know, young adult. I was 18, and, you know, I physically, like, they would, I'd have my back to the door, like holding it closed every day, like in a squad meeting. They'd be fucking chain smoking cigarettes and just laughing and, you know, doing whatever. And I'd be in the iron chair holding a Kevlar in each hand, upside down. And they would just be putting shit in it and taking it out, asking me trivia. Like, and if I got it wrong, they would put more shit in it. But I would be there waiting on the word for hours at a time.
Damn.
I mean, it was like, and I remember one time I went home, because I would drive back to Florida just to get away, like 8-hour drive, like on a regular weekend. So like a Friday, you know, release, and then got to be there first formation, or, you know, an hour before that formation and whatever. So I'd be there. I would just drive straight through. And this one time, I remember them like calling me, hey, we need you to show up at this detail. And it was like a shoot shakeout detail, like that last minute. It was on a Saturday. And I was like, hey, Sergeant, I'm not in North Carolina. I'm in Florida.
Oh, shit.
And they were like, oh, really? Okay. Well, no, just enjoy basically, the way I remember it was like, enjoy your weekend, but we got something for you when you get back. And I remember that day vividly, which I don't remember a lot about, just through physical and psychological trauma. It's like, but that is very vivid to me, because I got back at like 4 a.m, and the squad leader, staff sergeant, like stayed overnight waiting on me. Like had a home off post, that this is his life, and basically I got smoked, like scuffed up, or I don't even know what you call that, like corrective, like punishment or whatever, for a good 36 hours.
No shit.
To the point where I was like, I was doing like, I couldn't. And, but for what though? Like build character?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it really built character. I think what it did do for me is it showed me what a leader is and isn't. And it started to. It was like the first cusp of, well, this is what leading is, and being in charge, right? Like being in charge is a title. Like I could throw a title on you, like whomever, and that doesn't mean that you know how to lead. So that's why I've been very focused on, like, at its core, it's about communication and compassion for others to lead.
Yeah.
It just is. Like, there's a time to take charge and be in charge, like, and lead, excuse me, in those situations where decisions need to be made. But that's where I viewed and always sought out, like, there's got to be something else out here better, and I think very quickly, we went to Iraq in June of 2003.
With the 82nd?
Yeah. And I realized pretty quickly when I'm like getting off the damn airplane and we're like locked and loaded, man, doing all these like spirals to get into BIOP, and they had just like, set up, and I was like, oh man, we're getting in it. Right. As soon as we hit the ground. And I'm like, oh, here it comes.
Were you excited? Did you want it?
Yeah, I was excited. Yeah. I was like, yes. And, I was scared. I was like, oh, I don't know. But there were so many of us. I was like, oh, we got this. And they know what they're doing. And then they land, and the ramp lowers, and it's the freaking 82nd Airborne Division band.
Get the hell out of here. Are you shitting me?
I was like, wait a minute. You mean the band beat us here? Like, what? What is going on? It was just like, I was really taken back from that. And I was like, okay, report over there. And it was like this tent that didn't even have the walls. It was just like a tent, no AC, like none of that, man. It was 140 degrees, man. And I just remember doing the acclimation for 2 weeks where you're just laying in sweats or pools of sweat in these cots, and it just looks like human silhouettes, just like when you stand up from it. It was just so, and just like the ice, the moments of reprieve, like, they would bring in these big ice blocks, like from wherever, and you just like try to like hug it, and it was hot. And, yeah, and then we got pushed to the base that we were going to take over, and it was this old chicken factory in Mahmudia, Yusufia, and that's when shit started getting real. And that's the part where I think I saw so many other things, and we did so many different things as an infantry battalion in that space, that in support of other different elements and special operations. And I didn't know. I was just like, who the hell is that? Who's that? Why do they look like that? And I'm like, I want to see what, I want to do what they're doing. Like, because I also realized, like, man, nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. Like in the earlier stage of the war, it was just like, we're like ratchet strapping emery boxes full of fucking rocks and sand and shit on cargo Humvees as armor. To roll around,
no shit.
To roll around to just react to contact. Like, what's our mission? Just react to contact. Or you're just like 9 dudes in a Humvee just waiting to get stitched up. And
were you rolling out in convoys, or was it just one?
Yeah,
Humvee?
we had our platoon convoys just rolling out our areas of responsibility or whatever. But it was legitimately like fishing, except for we were the bait. It's just like. Yeah. What are we doing?
How did you, at that young age in a conventional unit, did that strike you as I don't know if we should be doing this shit.
There was moments of that where I was just like, I mean, you see things and then you're a part of them and then you're like, I don't really understand that. And if they can't explain the why, like,
would they try to explain the why?
Sometimes they wouldn't. Sometimes they'd be like, because it's what we do. And I'm like, but I just would take note in my head. And I'm like, just like when I first showed up, like, okay, roger that.
Yeah.
And I used that to help build like my own like sense of duty and act and how to act and operate. And it's continued to like never really conforming to, well, we just do it without someone explaining. And I remained curious about it, you know? And I think that's a massive part of why I was able to accomplish the things I accomplished. And
I mean, I'm genuinely fascinated and how conventional units work, because I never had the opportunity to work in a conventional unit. It went straight into soft. So I've worked with conventional units, but I've never been in one. Are they at all open to new ideas?
I think just like any organization that's still an organization in the military, like conventional or not, like through 20 years of what we've been doing, like they had to evolve. Mm-hmm. And because like even when we were train up for that first deployment, I was doing enter and clear a trench, man. Like Bangalore torpedoes, concertina wire, and like getting down and like clearing by fire with like 2 people in line, like
Vietnam
shooting everywhere.
shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was like it's evolved, and it had to, because it's trial by fire. Like you have to, all those things that you did before that maybe worked for you in the past, or was just this like garrison mindset of like, well, you got to be crisp and roll your sleeves up and they look really good on your arms, man. But like, it's not. There's a balance between discipline and military bearing and culture, and accomplishing the missions being asked of you, and to truly be able to do those as a conventional force or unconventional, we've had to adapt. And I think that the units that are successful in the divisions and the corps and they're successful because they had the ability to do that eventually,
Yeah.
And I'm being critical of this. Was in 2003, man. Like,
yeah,
it was the Wild Wild West. It was like no one knew like who's who, what's going on. There, all these things that we've just gotten so accustomed to on the battlefield, like that's where I believe that we as a country and a fighting force are the most lethal and effective fighting force on this planet, as military power is concerned. Like, to be able to pick up and flex a division, the 82nd Airborne Division, even as a deterrent from like an international, like, from war, and just by maneuvering a force, that's power. That's military power.
Yeah.
And we have that, and that's not taken lightly across the globe, so I think that it's using that as a way to deter war, sometimes, and the respect that we have across the country is because it was found in blood and mistakes and failures, and never losing sight of that.
How many soldiers are you deploying with?
I mean, it was
With
like
the 82nd.
brigade task force. So, like I'd say a brigade is what, 3, or it used to be 3 battalions. I think if there's, I don't know, 4. It was 500 or something soldiers in each
500?
battalion. So each company's like 100, and there's 4 or 5 companies in a battalion.
Holy shit! So you deploy with like 2,000
Oh yeah,
people.
yeah. It was like a 3rd brigade, task force, and then all the supporting elements, and that's where you get into like battle space owners and like truly owning like in war, like owning battle spaces. And,
Yeah.
and that really comes into play as I progress through my career and understanding. And so having that, at least even having the exposure to it, maybe if I couldn't make sense of it back then, it helped me understand it more eventually as I'm trying to operate in that environment.
So deploying with 2,000 plus soldiers, I mean, that I think I understand why conventional units are not so open-minded and they don't want to hear new ideas, because that would be 2,000 new ideas coming
Yeah.
their way.
No,
I
there's
understand that.
mechanisms in place and organizations, and that's why there's all these different selections. And you want something different, like go push yourself to see if you can cut it and then fit in and adapt to it, because you can't just say, well, because if it just goes back to like the person that's asking why, and then they're just so like, well, they couldn't explain why, so I'm just going to motherfuck them. But you're not doing anything to better yourself or getting yourself, if maybe it's something you can't change. So then you push yourself to be the best, like to make the most impact you can. And that's kind of what I did. Is I looked for, I was like, there's got to be more. There's more out there. I know there is. I saw it in that first trip. I was like, there's people out there. Like, what are they doing? And that's where, there's a ton of different jobs that you can do. And
Before we get into what they're doing, and where you want to go, and where you went, what are you actually doing in the 82nd? What is the mission? How much combat did you see? What's the op tempo? How is the leadership? I really want to explore, what that first combat deployment with the conventional unit was like.
so I got back from that Iraq trip in April of 2004, and I wanted to try out for Ranger School. That's right. And because I knew that it was a way for me to get to a smaller element, or as an E3, I went to the 82nd Airborne's like pre-Ranger, and they have a whole like order of merit list, and I think I got like second as an E3, and it was a big deal. And then when I was going to leave for Ranger School, I met Erica, my wife, and I was 19 still, but I was at a club in Myrtle Beach on a weekend, and I had a fake ID, and I was drinking in the club, and like that changed everything for me. And I was like, well, for one, she kind of ghosted me after that. So, because she was like, first of all, he's military, and he's 19, like red flags everywhere. I think I asked her to like the military or ball that we were gonna have coming back, military ball. She didn't go, and then I left for Ranger School, and I got back, and I, that end of that summer, and I had my phone, and I had voicemail from her, and it was like, hey, I've been thinking about you, and I was like, oh shit. So she lived in like Western North Carolina, and I fell in love like very, very quickly, and started instant father. Like I started raising her son as my own, and he was 3 when we were dating, and then she got pregnant in January, and then we got married. We got married, and then she got pregnant. Yeah.
Wow.
That following year. So like, I was supposed to be going to do this, that, and the other. After Ranger School, I did EIB. I was going to go do sniper school, and they were like grooming me and I went to battalion scouts. So then I was like, this is really cool. Like we got to jump in during training and before everyone else, smaller elements, like, reconnaissance type stuff. But I also was like, I was like, I'm not going to miss the birth of my first child, Kyla. She's so my priorities. It was just like, nope. So I just, for a moment, I was like, no, I'm not gonna continue to be away, and during that period, and so I was doing everything I could to like, and I went to the old guard. So I went to the old guard for.
What is the old guard?
It's they do like the changing of the guard, or they guard the 2 million soldier. They do like all the military honor stuff in Arlington. But it was a way for me to get out of the 82nd and know that I'm going to be there for Kyla's birth. And I went. I was there for 11 months. She was born. I went to selection from there. I went to SFAS from there.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. You're getting way ahead of me.
Well, it was like.
Let's go back to your first deployment with the 82nd. What are you guys doing? Are you seeing any combat?
Yeah. No, it was, that was the first time I saw, like, death, and, like, from combat, it just, other than just maybe a family member that passed away or whatever, like, to see death and to be a part of it.
What did you see?
Like, us maneuvering and killing people, and then, like, some of my mates are, being pulled out of Humvees and lifeless, and so it was there was a lot that happened. That whole trip was a lot. Period.
Do you want to go into it?
I think it's. I think the first time there was two like big moments. I think it was when, like, we like maneuvered on somebody that was either it was a ambush position, and we were able to flank through and kill them. It was just like that. It was almost like it got intimate, but only when we were like clearing through that objective, that small objective, and it was just like a snapshot. It was like, oh, what is this? This is okay. And then, like, when I first saw one of our own being pulled out of a Humvee, lifeless and dead, like just dead, I was just like, it was like looking at both ends of the good and the bad, or the good and evil, and to see it, it was confusing, in that space I was in, just in my own development.
What was confusing?
Like, it was like conflicting, right? Like, the good guys die too,
Okay.
and then the bad guys die, and
The reality set.
the reality piece of it just really, the reality was not. It became like a reality that just punches you in your heart, in your face, and yeah.
What were the SF guys doing? Is that who you ran into over there?
There was a bunch of different elements, but we supported them on a couple missions, and I remember them, and they were some of the funner ones, or I say funner, just more thrilling. I was definitely addicted to the thrill of all of it, and the, like, the risk, I think I know I was a risk taker, thrill seeker, and it started to feed into that. And I was like, oh man, this is cool, where it's not like, so, because there was some times where it was just monotonous, where we're just like, I'm struggling to stay awake on guard, in the friggin' the towers and stuff that we just kind of threw up, and we would just get mortared or rocketed every freaking day, and but there'd be lulls at night where you're just looking through that one tube, or whether if it was 14s or 7 deltas, I don't know, but hey man, you just like, all right, just fighting it, but Yeah, there was this, it was 18, 19. I was 19. I turned 19 over there. And I came, like I said, I came back after that trip. I mean, I can't even remember so much of it. It's like, I mean, I can, but accessing it, it's like, I haven't thought about it. But definitely formative, like, years, and not just, like, I mean, it is for anyone that age, period. Like, that time frame of your life is important.
Well, I mean,
But it is like, here you go.
seeing that stuff right off the bat like that, seeing your boys die and killing at 19 years old.
Yeah.
What
It
was it
definitely-
about it that drew you farther into? Because
I wanted
going
to
into
be- I
special
wanted to be more-
operations,
that's a
you're
great point. I
getting
wanted-
drawn in more.
Yeah, I wanted to be more prepared. I wanted to be around a more capable
Unit.
force, and not that the 82nd wasn't. It was just, I wanted to be a part of a smaller team and more flexibility, be more agile. And that's exactly what I did with going to Ranger School and then staying in the battalion and the scout platoon, because it's just a platoon that supports the whole battalion. And then, like, eventually going into, like, that next year, going to SFAS, the Special Forces Assessment. I was like, all right, this is exactly what I wanted.
Yeah.
When I saw that, like, just how they carried themselves in selection, and I was like, yeah, man.
How did you apply?
I think my one of the guys that was in my team was an 18 X-ray originally, and he, obviously went through that whole pipeline. The Special Forces, like to join the Army and right into that pipeline kind of thing, and they do all the special operations preparations courses and stuff, and then they go to SFAS. Well, he got roadkilled or cut, so then, but he wanted to go back, so he started really talking to me about it, and I was like, let's do it. So him and I went together, and we both, that was January of 06. Yep. And we got picked up, and I started the Q course, the qualification course. And that was a pretty long experience, but
What was selection like?
it was interesting. I think, I was very, like, intrigued by this out of the box, like, way of thinking. Like, I just remember this one statement that one of the cadre made. He's standing up there and he's like, you know why I have my hands in my pockets right now? He's like, because I got pockets. And I was just like, I was enamored with that statement. I was like, it makes fucking sense. I've got pockets. Like, why don't I use them? I can't put my hands in my pockets without getting detonated on by somebody.
No.
I was like, it just really connected with me. I was like, you know what? I like this guy. And I also like to be challenged, and, in the physical and the cognitive kind of aspects, and they assess and all these different testings, and, and then land navigation. I just felt so at peace doing that. Like, it was just me against the terrain and myself and the time, or whatever it is. But everything just kind of quiets down when you're out in the woods, and, making mistakes, bearing, misjudgments. And, it was just, it kind of tied it all together, where it was like, okay. And, I think the peace part of it too is, like, the challenge of it, and the drive. It was just, I thrived in that element.
How many guys were there? How many guys showed up for selection? Roughly.
Man, it was over 100 and something. dudes.
How many came out?
I remember, so they do like a formation where like, if you're in this formation, you didn't make it. If you're in this formation, they start playing like the Ballad of the Green Berets, and you like salute the flag and shit. And you play a few things, but I actually like teared up. Yeah, when the Ballad of the the Ballad of Green Berets played. Because it talks about the silver wings on your chest, America's best, but then not coming home, like, basically placing those wings on your son's chest, and like for him to carry that torch. It was almost like this. It was almost like this. This part of me that just knew I was gonna die in combat, and that was gonna be my offering, my sacrifice, my way of like escaping everything in a way that it looks like honorable or is. It's just, there was an element of it that I'm like psychoanalyzing from back then, but it was a pivotal point, I think, where that was going to be, and I said this for a long time too, actually, where I'm going to go down like Bon Jovi, man, in blaze of glory. Like that's how I'm going down.
Mm-hmm.
There ain't no other way. For years, that's the way that I thought. Oh, for a long time, actually. But I would say it back then in SF, and it was culturally like, well, we were barrel-chested freedom fighters, man. Like, that was like what we are. And I needed an identity. I yearned to be a part of something to help me like feel good about myself.
Was there any part of selection that you found what was the toughest portion for you?
I mean, the team week piece I thought was really like challenging, but not from a like making decisions, or because things to me, like even back then, like I'm a very like visual, like shapes and objects, like, oh, put this together, do this, you have to cover this, okay, cool. Like, not that I wasn't stressed out like everyone else, but then communicating that, and then like being in charge for episodic like periods where people are just followers because they just want to do just enough to like, so they don't get cut or spot reports or whatever, like peered. And then there's people that genuinely want to give you the same amount of energy that you give them, and it's filtering through all of that during team week that they do a pretty good job of. But that was like really challenging, is working through that. And because it's like tasks that you couldn't do on your own, like physically, you just can't.
Yeah.
So you have to, like, when you're at your lowest, or you just came out of a role, it's like being in Ranger School. It's like you get this reinvigoration of like, oh shit, roster number, blah, 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 come up here, and you're in charge. You're the platoon leader, you're the platoon sergeant, here's your frago, mission, whatever. It doesn't matter how you slept the night before, didn't sleep, or how long you moved. You just get this, oh, fuck me, this is my chance. This is because you only have so many chances. And but then you want that balance between, like, I show up and, put all my energy into it when I'm in the spotlight. Mm-hmm. But then when I'm not, I'm just a
turd.
A turd. Well, yeah, a turd, or just freaking, you're just an anchor. Right. It's like, that's why I love the military, like, buddy system and like battle buddy or dive buddy. Like when I'm in dive school, like, you are literally anchored to someone underwater. And when it's your freaking nav dive, it's like you get these turbo legs, dude, and you're like, and you're just dragging that person. You're like, bro, like, I was just yanking on the tether, like, let's go.
Yeah.
But then you're that person. And you're like, man, I was trying, man, I'm sorry. Like, but I just, that part of, finding those relationships and nurturing and developing those with other like-minded individuals has been it's been like what I've been so passionate about, and putting the amount of energy that like I would want them, or they would want me. Like I put that into them, and that's been really great for me for periods of my career. And then there's been times where I've just been disappointed in my like, what do you mean? Like, because then it goes back to expectations. It's like I had this expectation of something, or others had that of me, but an expectation is a recipe for resentment. It equals resentment, and resentment is the enemy. Especially if it's something that isn't having goals and objectives and things you're striving for, 100%. Like, but having expectations of even yourself, like that you don't understand and where they're coming from, like that can be extremely unhealthy. And then you'll just never be good enough, right? If you have these things that you don't even know, like who you are, and you have these resentments that start building in your own self, and then others, then you're judging others, and it's it's led me to this point in time right now, where I'm sitting across from you, and of sound mind, and with this clarity that I have, and it's because I've been through all those things, and I have more to do. It just looks different,
So you move into the Q course. Mm-hmm. How many guys are in the Q course with you?
There's a ton. There's like a whole student company / SWIC is a big machine. The training group, is a part of Special Forces, and
really, how many? So how many selections?
They graduate like 1,000 Green Berets a year.
No shit.
Yeah, those numbers are probably like dated, but I remember I was like, how many? Like you just said, like it's a lot every year. And they're the 1%, and it's of the military, and they're small, it's a small piece of a large, military system.
Yeah. So how many selections do they run a year? Do you know?
There's like one a month.
One a month?
They may break twice a year or something where there's a gap. But
how many selection classes go into a Q course?
I don't know. Like I couldn't tell you.
How many Q courses a year?
They're concurrent. They're going on concurrently. So like if you start in one, you may finish in another.
Okay.
So they're constantly like your cohort, I think, is how they did it. And they've changed it so many different times now.
Yeah.
Like you have like an IODA is what they did when I was going through, and but they were kind of piloting it and seeing it if you could like start with a team of people, an ODA, and then finish with them. But it's through the branching off of like the different language programs and the length of time, and then if you recycle something, there's just so many aspects to the Q course, like from small unit tactics to survival, evasion, resistance stuff, and then language school, depending on which language, like that changes the duration. And then your MOS is also like, I was an 18 Echo communication sergeant, and there's the weapons sergeant, there's the engineer sergeant, there's the medical, and those are all like, some of them are close, but they have their own criteria. So that's why it's like there's these committees in each kind of phase, and you kind of fall through under a committee. You go in through a committee into to successfully completing a portion of the course. And then if you have to recycle, or like Kaylee was born, my 15-year-old daughter, she was born during the Q course. So I I came out for her birth and went into student company, and then I just kind of got lost in the sauce there, because then I'm just a number, it's like, and waiting, to get back into a a pipeline basically. Because there's a bunch of people, either good dudes waiting to get in, that life happen. Like I'm not gonna, I want to be there if I can. So I was there for her birth, and but then it's just like I also realized then too. I was like, man, I'm just kind of just a number in this place. Like I want to, and then I also, going through the Q course, it was great. It was awesome training, man, and really kind of honed in on some of the, like I really take pride in being a Green Beret, and I firmly believe that the most capable group of 12 people in on a well-oiled, cohesive team, ODA, is the most capable force multiplier and combat little element that you can put in behind in any country and truly make it a substantial impact. For 12 people, it's amazing. If you have the right people, man, getting all of them I didn't see in a short amount of time. And that's when I pushed myself to go try out for something bigger or more.
Hold on. Don't go there yet.
Sorry.
Let's go. So you get through the Q course. Where are you going after that?
So I knew that, or I'd been told that if you're a communications guy, sergeant, they're going to make you do time in signal detachment, which is battalion level. You get your time in there for a year, and then they'll put you on the ODA. So I was like, how do I negate that? I went to dive school, and or pre-scuba, and then during the course, and then I went to dive school en route. But I went because one of the pre-scuba instructors was in the in 7th Special Forces group before, so he actually introduced me to the company sergeant major before I was even out of the Q course. I stood in front of him. It was Brian Rary, and I still stay in touch with him. And he's like, all right, if you make it through dive school, I'll bring you to this company. I'm gonna put you on the dive team. And I was like, roger that. Moved out, and then I went to dive school, and that was super easy. And just kidding.
I was like, well, I've never heard that before.
No, it was man, yeah. I've never been afraid of a pool before in my life. I thought I loved the water. And I also love to breathe, which is a novel concept, right? It's like, oh, I can't breathe under here. Oh, and you're taking my air source. Oh, constantly. Cool. There comes the wizard. You're like, oh, no, don't go to the light. And it is a very interesting school, man, but physically challenging. And the cognitive challenges of it are it's not a game. The Navy dive tables and understanding all of that or learning it, and then it was a kick in the fucking dick, period. And I would just go to the barracks and look down at the pool in Key West, and I'm like, oh, it's beautiful out there. SFUO, Special Forces Underwater Operations, and there'd be cruise liners coming into Key West, through the bay, and you could see them over there. They're going to the other part of Key West, and I bet they're gonna have a great time. And then I look over at the pool deck, and just the craziness that ensues or that would happen, and jocking up, drills and warming up. They got to warm you up before you get in the water. Yeah, and you're just drowning people. You're just what? Your mask is constantly charged, right? So oh, get used to that. You'd be doing flare kicks, and and if some people they drain it, through cracking the silo, whether by squinting or they just can't close off the nasal pass, and then they're just hey, Sergeant, I'm trying, because they keep charging it. And then I remember this one time, you can't see anything, you just hear. And you're just 1, 2, 3, doing the flare kicks. I can do a million back then. But dive buddy, he couldn't close off that. You know, they said kept charging it. It was like third time, and they're like, okay, looks like you just want all the water, and they just like slow poured him with this 5-gallon. From what I can tell, it was a 5-gallon, but just it was just like, oh my God, he's drowning. Like what seemed like for a long, long time, and I was like, bro. What it taught me though was keep the water in your mask and just close your fucking eyes.
Yeah.
Like just close your eyes. Like it's uncomfortable, man. But it makes sense, and like they're teaching you, just like with anything, if you can't do something with your eyes closed, then you need to do it more. You know, and that's whether it's gun handling or you know, like working through, especially like life-saving bits of equipment. Like you need to be able to work through those things and in different conditions. So definitely fun time down there. I gotta take a break.
I used to live in Florida. And when I lived in Florida, I learned a very valuable lesson going through hurricane after hurricane after hurricane after hurricane. And that lesson is, do not wait for the last minute to get the emergency type items that you need, because they are not going to be there, because guess who else is looking for that? Everyone else around you, everybody on the planet. So I invested in some long-term emergency food with My Patriot Supply. This is a 1-month supply. This food lasts for 25 years. Doesn't go bad for 25 years. You just keep it somewhere safe, hold on to it, and then when things like 2020 happened, the food shortages, the next hurricane, maybe a tornado, any type of emergency, guess what? While everybody else is scurrying around trying to figure out how they're going to survive this thing, you've already got everything prepped and ready to go. I'm telling you, it is the best feeling in the world to be at home, see something happen on the news, and know we're already ready for this. It's no big deal. And everybody else is going to be out there scurrying around the grocery stores fighting for a little case of water or some food. My Patriot Supply is the nation's largest preparedness company. It is currently offering a 20% discount on their popular 3-month emergency food kit. Go to prepwithshawn.com right now and grab your 20% savings off each 3-month kit you need. That's prepwithshawn.com.
Every single night, I was killing people in my dreams. Buddies would die, I was killing bad guys over and over again. And there's just big bodies, like a video game, taking them out. Sometimes my gun would stop working, and they were like advancing, and then I'd wake up. My war, my battle was like in my dreams.
You enjoyed those dreams.
I did. I took a shot on a guy. He was reaching for his AK. It felt different than the other ones. So we go to his little computer. He's got KBR contractors, truck drivers from like the Philippines, staked on the side of like this highway in Iraq. Huge roadside bomb, and I remember going out to the Prime Minister wanted to go out there and look, and I remember just seeing like shoes lining the streets and the people blown out of their shoes. That's one thing crazy about killing. Some of those engagements are close, real close. Come here, dude. And you're holding dead bodies as they fade.
All right, Kyle. We're out of dive school. You're going
Barely.
to your group. Where did you go?
7th Special Forces Group,
Where's that?
Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
You spent your whole career at Fort Bragg, didn't you?
Pretty much.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
And the training course, the Q course is at Bragg. The 7th Group was at Bragg up until a certain...
Are they the ones that moved to Florida?
Yeah.
Okay.
I never made the move to Florida, though. But, yeah, I went right to that dive team with the company. Sergeant Major, he kept his word. So I showed up, and the battalion Sergeant Major had a real big problem with that because I had to go do in-processing, and he was like, Sergeant Morgan. He's like, oh, you think you're special, don't you? He's like, oh, I got my eye on you. You got your Ranger tab and all this other. I was like, what? When I showed up, I was like, this is the battalion CSM. And I'm like, what just happened? Like, I did something wrong, by going to a school and doing it. And then that, it was kind of weird to show up and then that was the reception of it. Here's like, welcome to the unit, welcome to the battalion with a group. But, once I got through that with him, he locked me up at parade rest and I was like, whoa. Which I get to a certain extent, hey, this is still the Army. So I think it was it was still very shocking to me that, and it wouldn't be congratulated, hey, you went to a school that, it's not very many people go.
Yeah.
And if they go, not very many people finish it. And CDQC and combat diver qual course or whatever they call it now. But either way, went to the company with Brian Rary and to the dive team and met my my new team, 745 or 7215.
What was that like? Were they welcoming? Were you pumped to be there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was varied levels of experience, a few 18 X-rays, but guys that Bill Digitano and Dave Smith and a couple guys that I just forever friends. I've just still honestly reconnecting with some of those cats has been such a great experience for me because some of my fondest memories were during that time as a Green Beret.
Really? What are some of those memories?
The relationships that you built in the team to work together to accomplish almost sometimes on the surface impossible tasks, and you're you want me to do what with what and without the resources, and so you get very
give me an example. It's they're having you do what?
So a big one would be the village stability operation. So VSO at a certain point, there was a big shift where they wanted us to go in and do more of a traditional, live with the locals and unconventional warfare. And, versus...
Are you talking about for real or for training right now?
For real. In Afghanistan, that was my last trip with them was to do that. And conversely, it was seeing a bunch of different aspects of what an ODA can do, but then to really see what you can do is to go into a place where, for one, you're not wanted, and they don't believe that you're going to stay, and then you stay. And it's with zero resources besides what you bring as a team, and then building white space from there. So that was some of my fondest memories were being on that team, seeing all the different missions that we had, and then leading up to being such an integral part of that ODA to execute that mission that seemed impossible. And the Chutu Valley and connecting Firebase Cobra and Firebase Tice in this valley that up to that point just natural like terrain kept it lines of it. It limited lines of commerce, all these things, because the Helmand River was a massive river that basically ran north south, and this mountain range, the valley, and then one came kind of a finger came all the way down to where it was almost just a footpath around, and then everything beyond that was like you're in a different country, because they were so limited, even through being, this is 2010, being exposed to us in the country, but up to that point it was only like night raids, or like maybe a medical civil affairs team came in and did a med cap or something, but just pick up and leave. So they were ingrained. They were just like the Taliban had them brainwashed completely, and we had to sift through like who is truly supporter of Taliban and who is just like trying to survive.
How long did it take you to go through, sort through that?
I don't think we ever really figured it out.
Yeah.
But we made it to where we showed them and proved to them, because you have to gain their trust, right?
Yeah.
And like bringing value outside of, well, like we got it. Like the Taliban has all this, like they got guns and they're scary and all this stuff. So what do you guys bring?
Well, let's go back to day one. Mm-hmm. Day one of your last deployment with them, and then we'll rewind and go through all the other stuff. But you're talking about VSO standing up a village basically and creating a fighting force, correct?
Yep.
So when you got to that village, were you the first Americans that had been there?
Not like I said, they had seen us, like, but only at night or in passing, like just raids,
Yeah.
Because it was like, it didn't just happen like, hey, come to our village. We had to fight every single day. Like, we were literally exchanging, we were in firefights with the Taliban every single day across the river, and they cleared out a whole village, Sartutu, and they were like, they dammed up the irrigation canals, and like they were running dishkas and wheelbarrows up and down this thing, but the veg covered it enough to where like anytime we would get some sort of air support, if we ever did, they'd be masked from overhead. So like they were dug in, and we were so exposed and every time we had to keep that line, right? That front line trace, like that was it. We held it, and we switched with third group, and we came in, and then we would do like split team ops out there, because while we were training, half of our team was training some sort of local force to come in and like be our security forces with us. And that was its own separate mission in a sense, because it took, like, these are tar heads and like dudes that you're like, nah, you are not the person we're looking for. I'm not giving you a gun and training you how to use it so I can sleep in a four walls where we had to pull our vehicle in it, and one of us was up every single night, like all night period, and we would have the locals like man the checkpoints, but like literally we'd be pulling security internally, and then hopefully they're looking outward. But really it was like trying to create as much early warning as we could. So like concertina wires with like soda cans with rocks in them, like straight up just getting creative about, we've learned these lessons, but to come full circle back to that, to being resourceful and truly, like, it was very much to me like what we trained on in Robin Sage and as a part of the qualification course, the foreign internal defense, or like training the G base and guerrilla warfare, but it was, a lot of it was, so one of our elements was back doing that, training the local force, like to arm them, and then the rest of us are out there. So when we switch, like I remember this one mission in particular, or not mission, but convoy out there, they knew we were coming. Like took us an hour to get out there, that we would get IED'd constantly. And we'd crest this one like terrain feature and just get stitched up every single time. But this one in particular, a new guy on the team, Ryan Hendrickson, which is an SF teammate of mine. That was his first deployment with the team. And he was driving, and I was like the vehicle. I was in the passenger seat, and that one of the first rounds it hits the windshield in front of him, is his face, and just spalls it, right? Like definitely a disc round, but like he pulled up in there into the four walls. He jumps out. He goes like walks over to one of the Afghans, and he's like, "Let me get a cigarette," and like fucking just starts like smoking this cigarette like. And I was just like, "You all right?" It was really welcome to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And and he also him and I, he came to the team and I welcomed him. I didn't like, "Oh, you're fucking F&G, right? New guy." Like, no, like we were a small element, and the last thing I need is like there to
Bullshit.
be like, "You haven't earned the right to talk to me yet." I'm like, I never believed in that anyways, but that was one of the things that, the forever friends, man. Like I've come full circle back, but like that was a really hard trip.
What was the rotation like?
It was like
was it a
it was
week
probably
training them?
No, it was like every 3 or 4 days.
You'd rotate out?
We'd rotate out just based on the sustainment piece. Like we would have to get resupplied out there because you had nothing. We were like shitting in ammo boxes and bags and burning shit ourselves.
Yeah.
Like it was straight up. And then
this is in
if you wanted a
Helmand
moment of
province?
reprieve, this was in Aruzgan. Dewarwood, so Aruzgan province. But the city center was Dewarwood, but it was like its own. Like the Maliks would get together, all the mayors, and they do these like shuras and stuff, and they were like this big thing. And I got this. Some of the photos I was going to share with you is like me like speaking in front of the whole thing, all of them, because I'm like, you're not getting it. Like there's a few Maliks out here that are missing, and all these things that you're doing are never gonna get the traction that they need to combat terrorism without the rest of the missing link here, because they're just funneling and training, like the Taliban have a safe haven. So I was trying to empower them for them to take ownership of it and step up and like volunteer. And we need capable people like that want to help defend their country, and we'll train you. But we also just needed someone to pull security so I don't get my throat cut in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Every single night. Like I would have these night terrors where it was like, because I mean, you'd hear about them like sneaking into people's and just cutting their freaking head like throats when they're sleeping. And
that's why I'm sorry, this was Helmand province?
No, it was Aruzgan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Helmand
in 2010?
River. So the Helmand River runs,
okay.
So, 2010. And the Helmand River, where we were at, is probably like 75 yards across.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a big body of, moving body of water. And, to the point where we were almost supposed to go do a dive thing to survey the dam, to redo a couple of the bridges and stuff. Like, we were actually going to do a dive, and we ended up having...
No shit? You guys were going to fucking dive that river?
Yeah. Well, dude, I used to bathe in it. So I would have dove in it in a heartbeat. It was like the only moments of reprieve, you go down there and just frolic in the water for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because then you had to be switched on all the time. So I would run. Well, once we moved in, let me back up. We had to clear out the Taliban from that village in order to then get over, because we couldn't, the choke point, to try to get around the mountain pass here, it was a footpath. They'd get the little bikes through there, loaded down with 16 people and shit, but still, we couldn't use that as our way to get in and occupy. So we planned this big mission we did a damn Zodiac crossing at night. And we put an ATV on one Zod with a bunch of people, and then the other Zodiac, we just did a rope bridge and just pulled ourselves across. But we needed supplies, and because we knew once we went over there, Like we were gonna like have to own it. And that was the mission that we had gotten reports from human intelligence or whatever, like that night before, that they were booby trapping the doorways, like with IEDs, with explosives. And so we're like, okay. I'm like, is anything changing the calculus here of like why we're doing this without like, you know, planning a little bit further into this versus like, well, we'll just go up and over the walls or blow holes in the walls. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. That takes forever. And like, part of me just was like, I wish I would have said something more like in that moment, but the mission, like through resources, everything kind of came together and we had to do it that night. And we did. And coming across, like we had to clear every like step we took. And thank God we had like a local Afghan force that was like switched the fuck on with finding these things, man. Like, but there was only a few of them. So each, like I had few of those trained Afghans that were expertly trained in detection. And
what are they detecting?
Explosives, IEDs.
Okay.
Yeah, with either road or like foot or mobile. They saved my life. I don't know how many times. Like,
you found a lot of bombs.
Yeah, he's like, his name came back to me the other day when I was talking to that NYPD guy that I was training. But either way, he'd like, Kyle, stop. I'm like, what? And he'd be like, look. And he'd like pull this wire. And be like, I'm like, stop fucking with that thing, dude. And just like right in front of my feet. And I'm like, ugh. But I mean, they didn't catch all of them, and we did. And it's like, you know, going over, we had to be very methodical with our movement and using the cover of darkness to move slowly through and clearing to get to breach. And we had 5 elements, right? So it was me and another ODA guy, and then a squad of local forces that we trained, and then one of those like the only other Afghan I trusted like there was one of those cats. So it was like he was up front with me, and I'm trying to remember his name. Sorry. And I got to breach. I was like the lead element, and then there was another 2 elements that went into the irrigation to clear that out. So my element was the furthest north, and then Ryan Hendrickson's element was with the team sergeant and then their squad. And he goes to, I guess the interpreter, like stepped in front of the doorway at the building he was at, and he goes to tell him like, no, don't get out of the doorway. And when he did that, like he basically put his weight onto the pressure plate ID and just set it off. And
Fuck.
I heard like the explosion, and then I heard and felt like a thud, a body just thud, you know, hitting the ground, and then pause, and then these wails of just pain and agony. And I knew the voice, I could hear it in the earshot, you know, and crickets on the radio. And I was just like, oh fuck. And I went to go run over there, because he wasn't that far from me, maybe 50 yards, like not direct, but a very indirect route, but straight line 50 yards. And I went to go run, and Ahmed Shah grabs me again. I'm like, nobody puts their hands on me. And he says, Kyle, his English wasn't great, but like when he spoke to me, I knew like like it was serious. Like, when he spoke to me in a way that he did. And he's like, no, let me go. But it felt like it took so long to get back to Ryan. And when I got there, like with him clearing in front of me, so he didn't want to see me they just cared so fucking much. And I got there, and just this snapshot, I can see it, is the team sergeant's on his knees, like over here, and like Ryan's over here in agony, like bleeding, blood is everywhere and just bleeding out. And I'm like, what in the fuck are you doing? And he's sitting there like on his knees, like trying to pull his tourniquet out, and it's still in the plastic. And I'm like, you're fucking useless, like in my mind, and just went over. And by that point, my other teammate, George, like had gotten there and actually got the tourniquet on Ryan's leg. And then I was able to help George, like, you know, work through the stuff with Ryan, but his leg was just hanging on by like the flesh, the meaty part of his skin and tissue, and just like he had lost so much blood, and I didn't think he was gonna make it, like right there, and but I knew that. Like I was like, all right, who's got a litter? Who's got the litter? You know, I'm like taking control, like as they're working, like Jorge's, you know, making sure the tourniquet stopped the bleeding, and then we're splinting his leg with his own rifle, and like to try to like put it back into place, and then I look at the medic, and he's like, where's the litter? He's like, we don't have one. I'm like, you don't have a litter? I'm like, you don't even have a Polis litter? Like, what? Not like, so I was like about to just like detonate right then, but I was like, all right. So I just went into and found a whoopee and just freaking busted out a whoopee and put him on that. And I was like, fucking grab a corner. Let's go. You call in the medevac, tell them to come right there. And like out of like using that we were taking fire from the Taliban over here, using the buildings to mask our movement. It was exposed, but it was maybe 500-600 yards from the injury site. And, you know, so they're on the horn with the medevac, but we're starting to move him, and the freaking paunch or the whoopee just freaking rips all apart. And we stop. And I'm like, the team sergeant tells me that, well, they won't land right there. We got to move them another kilometer that way. I'm like, fuck all that. I'm like, no. You tell them it's safe where we're at. Like, we got you covered. Like, come in and get him out of here. And I got into this like back and forth with him, and I was like, all right, fuck it. You make a decision. Silence. All right, fuck it. This is what we're doing. And I throw Ryan on my shoulders and just run with him for that whole like 1,000 yards, man. And got him, placed him onto the helicopter, and said goodbye to him. And I didn't think I was going to see him again. He had like almost like no life left in his body. And that was like such a somber feeling after like the helo left, and it was just like everything just hit me all at once, and I was like, what in the fuck just happened? And yeah, I had to regather myself and then continue to like do the mission, and we ended up, you know, killing a bunch of the Taliban and clearing them out of there. And then I think we ended up finding 27 booby-trapped IEDs. It took a long time. It took a long time to clear through all of it.
How many bad guys did you kill?
With us in air, I mean, there's no, in the teens, you know, in that local area, yeah. But they would just go up into the mountains and then they'd just harass us, you know. Continually, yeah. And because they were going to wait us out. They're like, they're not going to stay, you know. So, and then they were like, "But we left you some presents down there." So just even to get the locals to come back and like live in their houses, we're like, no, we're going to stay. Like, they're like, well, no, there's boom, you know. And I'm like, yeah, show us, we'll get rid of it. But because we were doing the old like, let's just search for them. And then it got to the point where it was like, nah, how about anything out of place, you let us know. This is your home.
Yeah.
Like if something looks out of place, you let us know, we'll come deal with it. Because that town wasn't the town we were going to stay in. It was the one across the river. because that Malik, the mayor, is the one that had all the pool and all the surrounding, like, isolated towns, you know? So if we could get him on board in our, you know, with what we were trying to do, then we knew that we would, with our efforts and then the ODA from the north coming from Cobra, was doing the same thing from the north. And, you know, us taking that valley cost us like three guys, ODA guys, like lives. And, you know, it was a really hard deployment with so many different, like there wasn't moments of reprieve. Like you just were just stuck in it, you know? And then it started to become like, all right, well, look, this sucks. What am I gonna do about it? I'm gonna go for a run. So I suck at running. Let me run. So I would create my own little white space I'd have like a tourniquet wrapped around my waist, extend it out all the way, just right in my Ranger panties, and then like I'd have a grenade in one hand and my pistol in the other. And
You would go through a jog through the Afghan village.
And I'd run up to the highest point
with a hand grenade and a pistol.
Yeah, and it was creating white space. It's like psyops, man, psychological operations. And I'm like, I'm not afraid. And it wasn't that I wasn't afraid. I wanted to make the situation better. And the only way to do that was to show them, the locals, that I'm not afraid of these fucking inbreds. That we're like cave dwellers. Like, no, I'm not. And I mean, the pistol was to fucking throw the grenade, use the pistol, and then save one round if I need to for myself, you know, and because you're not capturing me. But it's also just a part of like just being in that space where you're not getting resourced, you're not getting the support you actually need to accomplish the mission. They're like, oh, you're buying, how are you arming them? Well, you're not giving us all the AKs to arm these locals, like, and we're buying, you know, guns on the black market, and then you got a problem with it. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a fucked up like system here. And the disconnect between like, oh, this VSO site is the same as that one, is the same as that one. I'm like, do you realize the sheer geography difference and then the cultural differences and just like one province or two or three? Like, you can't just say, well, why is this one so successful and this one's not? Get the fuck out there and see.
Yeah.
Like, get out there and live with us.
I think it's rewinding a little bit back to the hand grenade and pistol. You know, as funny as that sounds, and you know, every single soft guy that I've ever worked with, you know, we all say that last round of the pistols for yourself, and it's just, it sounds like nothing right now to me and you, because we're so used to that. But as a civilian, and there are a lot of civilians listening, that's a fucking real thing. You saved the last pistol round you have for yourself. Yeah. If
it wasn't like I was intentionally going out to, like, because I didn't want to be here, because I wanted to die. It wasn't a death mission. It was a risk I was willing to take to make our situation better, even just a little bit. And I saw the gain that it would have by, you know, but then also the risk comes with, like, you have to understand the consequences, and the consequences of doing that or just being in that environment, period, are that they will come and like kidnap you or capture you and cut your head off, or, you know, dishonor you, or things that so like that last round is truly for me to take that off of the table for them.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a selfish act. It's an act that I've talked through and thought through, and
it's you don't want to wind up on national television.
No,
getting your head
at that point, like, how many times have you seen it? Like,
for your family to see.
Just the screams that are just implanted in your head from seeing those videos and hearing them, and like, whether they're drugging you or not, like, we're not gonna get there, homie. Like, I'm not doing it. Like, and you got to be okay with the fact that that's one of the courses of action that you will have to happen, could potentially have to happen.
Yeah.
And I can look at you in the eye and tell you that, oh, I would have done it over just like that. Mm-hmm. Because I saw what the benefit was, the trust that we built, and then the people, like the locals, started just flocking in back home. They would just thank us. Like people that they were like, no, like, you guys, the Taliban are just going to come in and once you guys leave and make us all pay. And just through like this archaic, like the Sharia law and you know, all these things of like, you know, just the stuck in the stone, like stuck in, you know, the past of they haven't evolved from a like societal perspective. And
How long were you?
and just care and like human decency.
How long were you and your team in the village before the locals decided they trusted it enough to come back?
Probably it was like it was interval, or you know, you'd see like, you know, one or two, the word would spread, and then they'd be like, okay, they come try us out, they come feel us out. We'd hold these big shuras in the town now, and the town was Haysar, and then we'd stand up in front of everybody, you know, and tell them, hey, this is what we're doing. We're opening. We're gonna build a bridge right here, and we opened up lines of commerce that hadn't happened in the history of like their society, you know, and connected outside of just a little moto. Like now you can drive dump trucks down this road, and I say we were the effort, but I mean that took a ton of resources. It's moving like mountains, like moving a mountain, and but that's the impact in putting our money where our mouth was, like for real, is like investing in that, and I'm just really thankful that we as a team got to say these things were going to happen, and then they did, versus like, oh yeah, promises this, promise you that, promise you this, and then we just pick up and move out because another mission comes in that's a bigger priority. And so it was really good to see that, but it took a couple months for them to really start to believe that.
Months, huh?
Months.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was, you know, they're like, yeah, you want a building in our village? Sure. What about that one? And we're like, no, what about that one? We're going tactical advantage, all this, you know, can we defend it? Is it fortifiable? Like, nope. They gave us like the most dilapidated, like, walls, and it was literally like 4 walls that were barely hanging on, and they're like, that's all yours, it's brand new, it's great, you're gonna love it. And we just like, and then we got in this mix of like, oh, we don't want to build a fire base all over again, so it needs to look like, on the surface, it needs to look like it's just another home, and but then it's like, well, what about our security, force protection? And they're like, where's my security?
Yeah.
Sorry. That's where it gets in. They're like, what are you guys building out there? You need all these HESCOs and this and that. I'm like, what fucking planet are you from?
Yeah.
Like, where are you right now? And they're in this same country. And their soda, like, fucking, their Keurig coffee's too cold. And I'm like, why don't y'all come out here for a little bit, man, and like you'll understand a little bit more about what we're asking. It's not, yeah, it was very hard to work in that environment where they're asking so much of us through blood and sweat equity, and like, and like, no, this is the mission, like, but then they won't resource it or support it, you know, in the way that it should. And that was where, that's why I was like, through the rotations I'd done before, and like that was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I was like, I gotta find something else, or I'm getting the fuck out.
Yeah. So what happened? Did you see your friend again that you put on the helicopter?
So Ryan actually. So when he was in transit back to either in Germany or in the States, he actually mailed a letter to Erica, and we still have it somewhere, but it's like chicken scratch. He's probably doped out of his mind, you know. But he wrote something like, you know, Erica, thank you so much for supporting Kyle. You know, you don't know this, but he's my hero. He saved my life, and something along those lines. And like, and then he was actually one of the first ones to do like the limb salvage, and they actually reattached his leg.
Wow.
And he's redeployed as an ODA on an ODA team like several times.
No shit.
After that, and just recently retired. He wrote a book called Tip of the Spear. And I couldn't be more proud of him as a human being. And just reconnecting with him after being in the shadows for 10 years after that, like it's been such a great healing experience for me. And like he's told me things that I just didn't, like I mentioned earlier, that I didn't remember, but he would come back in and too. And it was so great to have the conversation with him from his perspective and then mine. And and then I couldn't be more proud of him as a human. He's doing missionary work in Ukraine. Like,
no shit.
He's got a heart of gold, man. And like, you know, I think he deployed 3 or 4 more times with an ODA once he finally like recovered fully from it. I mean, like it's insane to me how they were able to do that. But modern like science and, you know, they did say that like had we not gotten the bleeding stopped when we did, like he would have for sure been dead. I mean, even just seconds, you know. And
wow.
Because he tried himself a couple times, he just couldn't get it on to it couldn't make sense of what was happening. To hear his perspective is amazing. And
what's his name?
Ryan Hendrickson.
Yeah, maybe you can link me up with him.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just people like that it's a really good like feeling to have worked with people like that, and then to see them through their own struggles and physical, and just to come out and psychological, like that is attached to all of it, to come back out and be the same person I had conversations with pre-injury, you know. And that's just like such a because that happened with my ODA commander too. From that trip, he stepped on an IED and lost both his legs above the knee. And man, this is the guy that played lacrosse at West Point, a freaking stud, Benjamin Harrow. And when I reconnected with him, like after he stepped on that IED and like that happened, I went to Walter Reed with my family and was gonna go, because I went to selection and was in the waiting period of something, or it started the training course, and I was like, I got to go right after the injury. As soon as he got into, and he came back into and was at Walter Reed, Ben Harrow, like I went up to DC and was like, I don't know, but I just want to show him like I'm here. And he wasn't. I went up there and I got all the way to the floor he was on. And this is like a week after he lost both of his legs. Like he wasn't ready to see people. But I left like a basket and a note, like telling him, "Hey man, like I'm here. Like I know your team is over there, but I'm here." And then after that, I'd head down doing what I was doing in the unit I was in, and to be able to reconnect with him when I was going through the National Intrepid Center of Excellence. TBI, the treatment at Walter Reed, I reconnected with him, and it was like, you know, he's getting around on his getaway sticks, man. Like, double amputee above the knee. He has like a world record for regrowing femur from it was so far. There wasn't enough femur to be able to support or tie on to a prosthetic. He wasn't going to walk, so he refused to let that happen. So he did some just like he always was, that type of person and man. Like they went and would have to re-brake and traction, brake, traction, and he regrew, but not only enough to put on a prosthetic, but
holy shit,
some crazy amount of 6 inches of femur or something. I don't know, but it's amazing to me to see these guys that I've fought side by side with, and while I'm going through my own missions and struggles and come back together, and we're all the same good, caring, people that I remember, just with a whole lot of, story behind us. And, that's what really drives me to know that it's not too late, unless you say it is. But, yeah.
Let's take a break.
Yeah, this is a good break segment. I just kind of skipped around, but
we're good. When we come back, we'll pick up with after that deployment when you got back home.
A lot of you have heard me talk about my psychedelic journey this year and all the benefits that came from doing it. One being I haven't drank in 7 months. I haven't had any caffeine in 7 months. My anxiety's gone, my anger's gone. A whole list of benefits came from that. And that led me down this journey of researching benefits of mushrooms and fungi in general. And in my research, I found this company called Mudwater. Mudwater is a coffee alternative with 4 adaptogenic mushrooms and herbs. With a fraction of the caffeine as a cup of coffee, you get energy without anxiety, jitters, or the crash of coffee. What I really like about Mudwater is that they took the time to find the perfect ingredients to make a product that's going to make you feel better every day. I genuinely believe that this is a good product. Mudwater is Whole30 approved, 100% USDA organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher certified. Mudwater also donates monthly to the Berkeley Center for the Science of Psychedelics, as Mudwater believes the country is in a mental health epidemic, and so do I. Go to mudwater.com/Shawn to support the show and use code Shawn for 15% off. That's mudwater.com/Shawn. Use code Shawn for 15% off.
The Jihadi Manifesto was recorded right before his December suicide bombing, which killed 7 CIA employees and a Jordanian agent at this base in eastern Afghanistan.
So everybody wasn't supposed to be outside there. It was just supposed to be the GRS team to meet him. Darren and the Jordanian officer were supposed to be there, and that's it. That was a last minute thing there. Everybody comes out to form a greeting line. And unfortunately, that gets a lot of people killed that wouldn't have otherwise been dead today.
We will get you, CIA team. Inshallah, we'll get you down.
And he boastfully showed off the trigger or the bomb strapped to his body.
Look, this is for you. It's not watch. It's a detonator. To kill as much as I can.
Unbeknownst to them, there's let's go out and form this meet and greet line.
I don't know if you know this. I mean, we worked at the same department over at CIA.
All right, so you just wrapped up your final deployment with your SF team. You're back home.
Yeah, so
what's happening?
Coming back home, I was prepping for. I had to go back to and redo the 18-miler and the board for the selection and assessment up in West Virginia, because I had went to West Virginia for that assessment before that deployment, and they told me like I need to go get some more experience.
So you tried out for
the unit.
The unit.
Yep. Yeah, the CAD, Combat Applications Group, or Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta.
And they told you needed more experience.
Yeah,
how many deployments did you had up to that point?
4. But
4 deployments?
They were long deployments.
To include the 82nd deployment?
Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, all of them were 6, 8, 9 month deployments, but this is a short amount of time from 2002, 3 to, we're talking about spring of 2010 when I went to assessment for that. And I made it through everything. And then when they do the last thing in the board, I didn't want to talk about some of the things that I needed to grow. I still was in this like team mindset of like, that's just team business, man. I ain't talking about that. And they're not looking for that kind of person. It doesn't matter how capable you are, because I had made it through everything up to that point. And, that was a very humbling period where I was just like, well, hold on, that doesn't make sense. And then I couldn't see it for what it was. And I needed to go do that other trip where I just talked about.
I'm sorry, what did they not like?
It's not that they didn't like something. There's a lot of psychological evaluations they do, and they're very much like paying attention to the whole person. Mm-hmm. So you can physically make it, through time, making whatever the time standards are, and the great equalizer is the terrain. So you can only recover from so many mistakes. It doesn't matter how physically fit you are. If you are on the wrong mountain, ridgeline, you're on the wrong mountain.
Yeah.
And you ain't recovering from it. So it was, I felt, it was a very physical process, man, and you against yourself and a clock that you don't get to see. And that's why it's like the mindset I've always had is I'm gonna let them tell me no. But then to be told no, it was like, well, hold on a minute. What do you mean? Everyone likes me. And I just did this, like, what? So I came home kind of like, what do I do with my hands, but then quickly I was like, my team needs me. So I went and deployed to that village stability operations mission. And
do you think that was a generic response? You need more experience? I mean, 4 combat deployments is a lot of experience.
No, I think it's a maturity thing.
You think it was a maturity thing?
It absolutely is.
How old were you when you
20
first tried out?
Spring of 10. I don't do public math, Shawn.
About 25?
26, 27.
Okay.
26 or 7. And I needed that next, I went to SODIC after that. I went to the sniper school, and then I deployed, for 9 months doing that VSO thing, came back, and I was going to take over as the assistant team sergeant, but I had to make a choice, because I knew that they said go and get some more experience, right? But that's as vague as it was. And part of that was just on me to read between the lines and either say, fuck it, tried, they didn't want me, they missed out on me, or used it to help capture some of the things that I couldn't see for what they were at the time. And I went back and did the long walk and then the board again, and it was a different experience.
How long is the walk?
Which one?
How long is the
There's
longest?
The one in the beginning that you do is 18 miles. And then it's like you do your PT test, you do the 18-miler, and then you're just like, that's a prequel, you know, like prereq. You know,
Yeah.
That cuts a lot of the riffraff if you show up and you didn't know that was coming. Yeah. And I mean, I've ran the selection a few times as cadre, and it's really amazing to see, you know, from both perspectives.
How many people are showing up to selection for that?
It varies, but I'd say they screen out to where there's 110 to 20 that show up. Like
how many
vetted? And the screening pool is very, you know, vast, and they're pretty selective on just being able to attend. And then if you don't make it, depending on which point, like you still get. It's the most professional like course I've ever been to, and then running it, you see like how to run a professional course, a military training course, and or just any training course. Like it's like that perfect course on the surface, but behind the scenes, you got all these people just looking for work and constantly filling holes.
How many people were from other branches? Roughly.
I mean, a vast majority is from the Army. I'd say there's in the like single digit, you know, numbers. You have guys from different branches that show up. Yeah.
Were you more confident the second time around?
Well, yeah, because I didn't have to do the whole thing. I just had to, I went in when they were like finishing up another course, and then I just did the last like couple days.
Okay.
And when I say it was like a different experience, it was because I matured like a lot. And a lot of that was like, I needed to be there to help save Ryan's life. I needed to be there to help like save other people's lives, to help, you know, rid those villages in the area of terrorism, and my team needed me, and it's actually like a great. I feel really. I use that to help like give myself. Because I was really hard on myself about that. Like it was like, oh fuck me. It's like first time I didn't pass something. Like, oh, like what does that mean? It didn't make sense. What do you mean no? Or come back and then we'll talk to you. You know, it was like this. And then I start telling myself, well, you know, they want me, but they don't, and they do. You know, it's just like, I'll just fucking show up and see what they say. And I did. And I was able to, it was a different experience, meaning like I was able to talk about things that I get it. That it's the mission, the men and me, right? Like you're a part of an organization that the impacts they're strategic, they're national. It's a national like mission force, and they need people that can, you know, not just physically, you know, like fit a mold or adapt. They need you to be a decision maker, your ability to process and make decisions on sound judgment, tactically and strategically. Because the impacts, they have second, third order effects that you kind of hear about, you know, when you're there, you know, working my way up to the military, like, oh yeah, there's this whole second, third order effect thing. You know, it's like officer jargon, right? The fact is that you see it there, and you have like your choices and decisions you make, they have like strategic impact. Mm-hmm. And like policy driven by CONOP, like U.S. policy, there isn't one. So we'll force this with a CONOP, a concept of operations, or a mission that we create, and then they like, all right, well, let's put something. Okay, cool. And I mean, it makes sense looking back at it, and it makes sense in that moment when they said, all right, you know, congratulations, and you know, I think I got teary-eyed. Imagine that. And that was probably the last time I remember crying for a long time. After that.
So it felt good.
Well, not crying doesn't.
I mean, it felt good that you're going
like,
to OTC.
Yeah. Yep. And then I showed up at Bragg still, and that was a big thing too, because the 7th Group was moving to Florida as that was happening. So I wanted to like tell my family, like, hey, this is what we're doing, versus what I was doing was like, just hold on, like, just wait a minute, I'm gonna sort this out, I'll find out, and then I'll let you know.
So you're like, good news, family, we're not going to Florida, we get to stay right here. We get to stay right here
in Fayetteville.
I'm sure they were stoked.
Well, it's one thing I can say is that they've been able to, grow up in the same and have some of the same friends that from elementary school to like graduating high school. And I didn't have that, and I wasn't a military child. And it was that piece. I know that even though I've been, outward facing for so long, like I've been able to provide that through, the jobs that I've been given or made it to, and then been a part of. So there is some silver linings in it.
Well, let's get into OTC. So you made it through selection. You're going through the training pipeline. What's day one?
I just remember showing up and being like, man, this place is serious. And I was so like lighthearted. A lot of that was, I think, like a defense mechanism. Like, oh, you smiling and happy, and you gotta like me, But that was actually one of the only times I took a photo and didn't smile, was when we checked in that day. Because it's like, and then they get your badge, and I'm just like in like a collared shirt, like dressed down, And I was like, damn it. Looking back on it, I was like, that's the only one they got. Because I smiled in every other photo, which is like kind of, if you look at the wall, it's like where all the graduating classes, there isn't like they're going to graduate 12 people per operators and direct support. Like, it's going to be this many. No, you'll see classes with one, you'll see two, but they have them historically across since 1978. And it's really cool to be a part of that. Once you finish, the training course, but that's only the beginning.
How long is the training course?
It's about 6 months of, we're very heavily focused in marksmanship and close quarters battle. So I'm really focused in hostage rescue and learning what it actually means to, you have a new job. Like you come with your body of experiences and different services and different, jobs, and that's cool. But if you can't let go of the fact that you're being asked to do a new one, you won't make it. And I say make it, you never make it. Even when you graduate and go across the hall, it's selection is an ongoing event.
What's the attrition rate like once you're in?
When there isn't, like, there's no metric to, it's truly like it only takes one person to believe in you for you to make it, like, to the next gate, and but at a certain point, if everyone is unanimous, you're gone through the training course. And then beyond that, like, everyone's job is on the chopping block. It's yours. It's yours. They're going to hand you a tool. Here's your hooligan tool, Halligan, and be the best hooligan tool carrier there is. And then they're going to slowly ask you to do more and do more as your aperture starts to open, and you can see more of the room, see more of your awareness starts to pick up, because, it's not. They've already selected the right person. Mm-hmm. And now it's just a matter of is this person, like, continuing to adapt and develop to the environments that we're throwing him in.
So it never ends.
No, it's you struggle to be mediocre in a place like that. In the highest performing group of people on this planet in one place. And it's a lot. But it just depends on what your priorities are. What's your goals?
Where did you go?
I went to one of the Sabre squadrons.
One of the what?
Sabre squadrons. So it's, the historics, like, and this is the history of the unit was during the 70s. There was a lot of the not kidnap for ransom, but the flights were being held hostage and airliners, excuse me. And the military or DOD was asked to, all right, here's a problem set. What's your answer, or what's your solution? So the DOD looked at large in the 70s and were like, we got this. Maybe they could do it, and like a airline takedown, aircraft takedown, and the answer was we didn't have something. So, Beckwith and his vision with the 2-2 SAS, and spending time there, and the regiment in the United Kingdom, adopted and founded what was originally, the 2A and B squadron, and everything was built off of that. The spine is the long hallway where the 2 Sabre squadrons are off of it, but then all the support mechanisms are there too. But that's grown to the mission. So, in the 90s, they stood up C, and a C squadron from Black Hawk Down and Mogadishu and that time frame. And then in the late 2009, they stood up a 4th squadron. And then we grew exponentially to dismantle the caliphate in ISIS, because the whole political environment of we can't go back into boots on the ground again and this and that. We're like, what the fuck are we gonna do? They're gonna come here and cut our heads off.
Yeah,
they're literally cutting Americans' heads off. Like, what are we doing about it? Well, we got these units out there that can you reach out and touch somebody. Okay, cool. That's great to be a part of, which I was, and but that's only one piece of it. Mm-hmm. We have to we underestimated them by a lot. And once we got a look under the hood, going out and in early 2015, when we were going after the Abu Saif and Abu Tunisia, they were like the oil emir, and they were just running oil in the black market, and they took over old oil refinery towns and forced labor, and if you wouldn't work, they kill you. From the Syrian people, and but they were also Kayla Mueller was the last American that was alive, and we tried to go and rescue on a couple attempts, her and a few others, but we were always just a little bit, and I say it's a big moving piece to get us over into those positions and then not spook them. And there's so much that goes into it, and you get really one swing at it. And then you have to, bottom line is that it's just the pure evil. I'm in radical extremism, you take Al-Qaeda, you take ISIS, and then you make ISIS into Sunni extremists where, you govern from a political campaign promise, and you pull us out of Iraq, and 2 things happen. The Sunni extremism takes the fuck off, and then guess who hates them? Shia, Iran. They come in and fill our void, where we as a country left in 2010, 11, 12 in Iraq. And and then it's then it becomes this enemy of my enemy is my friend. And because everyone hated ISIS, but we had to operate in that environment. I say we as representatives of the U.S. government, battle space owners even. Our unit became battle space owners. It's what? We're out there with the Syrian Democratic Forces, you got one of us and like hundreds of Syrian SDF, like real time, like pushing this flot. While Russia's coming from this side, Iran's just doing all its thing and trying to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. And like, that's where they've always wanted to get to. And this was an opportunity they seized years ago. And the only thing that kept them from going straight to there was ISIS. And it kept them, more preoccupied while we had to grow to the ability to hold terrain. We're the hostage rescue direct action, like high value target force.
I didn't realize you guys were doing that shit.
Yeah, this whole boots on the ground shit. Like, so I have a very people ask me under different presidential times, what'd you think about serving under this or that? Like for Obama, for example. I have a skewed perspective of what it's like to serve in the military during that time frame, because I got to do my job. Us in SEAL Team 6 got to go and fucking get after it, but at a certain point, we just became, well, they'll just deal with it. They got it. That button, they push that button and we're like, poof, and there ain't no return button on there. Like, how do you get home? So there's no fucking, oh yeah, you guys got to get back. Okay, cool. And this going and doing that mission, it was the perfect size target for a squadron of us to flood, and we went so deep into, we caught them with their pants down. They were literally like, oh my God, the Americans are here. And I think we killed 40 of them. Internal to the target, we probably killed 12 to 15, close range. And then external to the target, they were running down the streets, dark as fuck, just shooting fucking wrong buildings and stuff, man, and just getting their jihad on. And you're up there just I went back up to the roof to go throw the fast ropes off the top of the roof, and the snipers are up there just filling dudes in. And I was just like, what is going on up here? It was a firefight from the moment we got in until the moment we left. I have no idea. Well, I have an idea. There's just so many different things that happened on that mission where...
Let's go through it in detail.
Well, it was good to go after Abu Sayyaf, and he was the last one that had Kayla Mueller being held and raping her, and all the stories that you'd hear from the Yazidi slaves that would be either they'd not be freed, but they'd escape. And it was just fucking disgusting, man. And it just was, we sat over there because we went over there to go 2 periods of darkness. We were going to go do this, go get Kayla. And then that turned into she's been killed, and then he moved targets. So it's the longest no notice deployment, warm start, cold, whatever you want to call it, ish. And we stayed there with intense, just waiting for months. And then we finally got a window and we went, and it was this big moving piece from Erbil all the way into deep into Syria, aerial refuels. It was a big mission. They consider it a treasure trove of intelligence that we got from that. It was something 7 terabytes of just intelligence that we captured. And
let's go through it. So you went in by helo.
Yeah, so I was on the 60s, and my team fast roped to the rooftop. It's 3 stories, but the third story was a cupola with a stairwell that went down the center. So think 4 condos, apartments. So 2 on the top floor and then 2 on the bottom. We cycled in, so the 4 little birds went into the ground on the street with the other troop to flood the bottom floor, and then we roped into the roof and flooded. But we timed it to where their charges, we knew their charges were going to go off before we could get ours on. And when that happened, it blew our breeches open. So, and I'm coming down the stairwell in the cupola, and my like 2 ICs up front, and it's a stairwell that, landing and then coming back down. And I see this guy, a shadowy figure kind of I could see I was on the halfway down on the stairs, and I could see into the apartment after the door blew open. And, the breaches were right behind the 2 ICs, and they're like, oh fuck, they're sticking the charges on the wall to get out, like to put them up to get their hands back on the rifle. And this dude comes flying in or out, and maybe he got within 2 feet of my mate, and he was hiding behind this female, and I could just see it, like he's running out with a pistol and like to her head, and like he had no idea we were right there. And before it became more of a thing, like I was able to see that, even just a snapshot of, like, I'm talking 3 or 4 feet of like depth into the room they came from. I was able to key off that, and then I shot him from the stairwell and essentially in the top of his head, and then he just Supermaned down the stairs, and she kept like running. Before that became, he made it like it would have been like from
me to you,
like closer than that to my teammates.
Holy shit!
It was a really tight shot, like period, like between her head, his head, and then my mate, like off his rifle, under nods. So, man, that was just like, oh, this is how this is going to start, And then we just kept going. And there was like moments where dudes, and this is why when I teach people, because I learned this lesson, and my mates did, like, if I take one of my hands off my rifle, I'm going to transition to my pistol to do whatever it is I need to do, lift something up. Because downstairs, they got into a situation where they open a closet door, and there's a chick that jumps out or whatever. And behind one of my mates goes to grab the female off of, out of there. And then an AK gets shoved in his face, and he like grabs the barrel, and the dude just starts racking rounds off like next to his head. And he's just controlling the muzzle with his own hands now. He's in a wrestling match now.
Yeah.
And now my other mate had to like get into a position to like take a shot on this cat. And that's to me, I'm like, and it's the same way with like ladders. Like they've shot someone on a roof from popping up where ISR said the roof was clear, and they're hiding under layers of shit, man. Then you get a gun shoved in your face. You're like, well, at least I have my red dot sight looking through my nods as I'm coming up on a ladder rung. But it's it's something that I talk about, and it's founded in like real world experience on why, with like rifles aren't meant to be shot with one hand. Like I'm strong, and there's plenty of strong people out there, but that's not the way that they're meant to cycle and to function, and damn sure not shoot accurately or surgically. So for me, it's like, but I can do that with my pistol in one hand if I need to. So transition.
How did the op end?
Man, we got like, it was, the DAPs barely made it back. The close airs they got shot through the refueling boom, and like they barely were able to fly those things back. Like,
wow.
It was we fucked them up, like period. And anyone that was still alive, that was ISIS, the leadership came in and executed them for not dying with their commanders. But it allowed us to look into, holy shit, they're moving tons of money on the black market and the oil, and it just the web of like how serious like it was becoming, and how much it could have been like our reality at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that led to, between the intelligence we got then to capturing his wife and them interrogating her, the Kurds, to pinpointing al-Baghdadi, where we were able to go over and kill him. And I...
All stemmed from that op.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking amazing. Let's rewind.
Yeah.
Let's rewind a little bit. So, you get through training, you show up to B. What's the culture like?
I didn't say B. I did just now, though. It's kind of, everybody, like, there's this whole stigma, like, the personalities of a squadron. And B has this, like, oh, man, as long as you don't go to B, when you're going to OTC, or when you graduate, you're going across the hall, as long as you don't go to B, man, you'll be good. It's like this, it's almost
That's
like...
the one everybody wants?
No, it's like this, like, Ranger, like, I believe that there was, like, there is personalities, and, like, and they have their own, and it's very much its own, like, fighting force, and self-contained. I did see some of, I think, the residual, like, pieces of it, where you get this whole, like, blow off, B squadron blow off. It's like, through the hallway with other squadrons, it's just like, but then I'm there and I'm like, nah, fuck that. Like, smiling in the fucking photos and stuff. I'm like, what? You want me to? No, that's what we do. Goes back to the why. I'm like, why? Oh, well, it's just what we do. I'm like, oh, cool. Okay. Like, I'm just going to accomplish the mission, perform to the tasks that I'm asked. And it's very much a performance-based organization. Like, and if you can continue to perform at such a high level, then you'll be successful. But there's this, like, it is a stigma of like, oh, you get there, they're assholes, or whatever, in that squadron. It's, I think I saw some of the older generational stuff, but just like with anything, how do you make it, like, how do you change something? Like, you impact it and at the level you can and ask why. And if it's just, well, that's just what we do, then I'm like, no, let's actually be social. And I would, because before when I showed up, it was like, you gotta like knock on team rooms, on especially other teams in your own troop. And it was a really hard time, period, for our squadron, our troop, losing guys. And that's what I showed up after. And there was a lot of not infighting, but there was a lot of
dysfunction.
Yeah. And I don't blame them for the things that happened and they went through. And but I was able to go in and be the glue, I think, and because every time I got promoted, like I stayed in the same troop, but I went to another team. So I went from the mobility teams to the climbing teams to the water teams to the climbing team. Like, so for one, I got to do a bunch of different stuff as far as like infill techniques and skills, like, but also like have a piece of my own self in each of the team rooms and, photos that they keep and, on the, the culture piece of it, and yeah, that's why I was really, I didn't tell anyone I went to SODIC because I knew that they were trying to pull me to recce right away, or I just wanted to be the best assaulter I could and best team, like,
you wanted to be
operator.
an assaulter, you don't want to go to the sniper team.
Yeah.
No shit, why is that? But I think I know why.
I wanted to become there was always this, like, I hadn't felt like I was good enough yet, like as an operator, a journeyman operator, and then as an assistant breacher, and then as a breacher. It's just like this, it opens up this, like, there's just so much more to learn, you know, and to refine. I was like, I can't step away to go do another skill set, you know, that enhances and has its, like, they all like work together. But I felt selfishly, I was like, I'm better served doing this. And they also saw that too. So, because they could just read my thing and see that I was so, you know, qualified or whatever, and they could have been like Sumna Reki. And you stay in the same squadron. It's just, it was always in the same troop, and it led to me being in the right place at the right time.
How long was it before you made it through OTC? You went to your squadron. How long were you there before you went on your first combat deployment?
6 months, 5 months.
That's it?
Yeah. 4 months.
4 months, and you're out the door?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yep, in Afghanistan.
I mean, you're in one of arguably the most capable unit in the entire world. What's the operational tempo when you finally do? Well, I guess not finally. 4 months later, when you're in Afghanistan.
I mean, even, this was in 2012, the beginning of 2012. Yeah, I think we were still like our op tempo was still pretty high. Like we were going out. I say high, relatively speaking. I mean, there's this whole like, oh, you know, this hate. If you weren't in the unit during the heyday, like, what do you really know? You know, like early 2000s. I'm like, I don't know. I'm here though. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's just like.
Well, I mean, were you going out?
No, it would be like
it'd
be like a couple times a week we'd go out, versus like twice a night or nightly or whatever. And sometimes it would be like back to back, you know. But I'd say on average it was, you know, two hits a night. But we also got really creative with how we were targeting, and instead of just saying, well, you know, you aren't feeding us targets, right? Like, all right, fuck that. And we like finding creative ways of targeting that aren't so creative if you just really look at, hey man, maybe they've started to use some older methods, and you're like, okay, cool, let's look for work.
Like what?
Like
what methods?
Like ICOM radios. Like, got it. The cell phones, like, gigs up. You know, they're savvy. You know, the enemy's savvy now, so they'll have like, you know, operational security using cell phones, and just freaking telling each other all these intimate stories on the damn handheld radios. And you're like, all right, cool, let's start targeting those. And then we just started using that with Emmett, like, from above, and all right, there we go. They were doing all these like tactical Mouge marches, man, and we just started fucking them up, like, bad. It was great.
How are you doing it?
So they would like oust people from, they'd be walking all night until they find a home, and then they'd occupy it by force, rape and do whatever the fuck they do, feed me, sleep, you know, or if they couldn't, they would sleep outside in the right outside the.
So it's like, fuck me, feed me, and give me a place to sleep.
Yeah, and we'd be like, well, we're gonna come do all three for you, bud, because we watched you walk here. No, it's just, yeah, it goes back to.
So what were you guys doing when you got there? Were
So
you killing them? Were you capturing them?
No, they vote. So everybody gets a vote. We would offset our airlift. So we had the 6s, so the little birds, but we would keep them offset to one side of the infill, and then because the Chinooks, like the whirlybirds, you know,
yeah,
that you could hear those things coming from. So they'd always start shooting it up, like whoever was on the Chinooks, and then they would never even see us on the pods from the little birds on like kind of the other side, and it would just, you'd clean up, you know, on infill, and essentially they would stay aerial as like cover while we were maneuvering the assault force, and then once they got set, they would infill them, and then we'd push through. And an L-shaped ambush, man. It's like,
did you say a vote?
A vote. They get to vote.
Who votes?
The enemy. The enemy gets to vote, meaning, like, we don't just necessarily go in there to kill you. I mean, there's missions where it's like, this is a kill or capture mission, and that's still a vote. Like, unless we get told specifically, like, we need to capture this person, and then there better be a really good reason why, because that changes the techniques that you'll use and the risk to force, to do that. But then so like when I say vote, like, if they're standing there with their hands up, if you can't discriminate your target, and if you assume if this is a threat to you, then, like, you it's a thinking man's game. You don't get paid. Anyone can just shoot people. Like us, like, we have to be able to think and shoot surgically, but and account for our shots, what's in front of, at, and beyond. And if you can't, you don't stay there. That's just that. And it's rapidly processing, threats and non-threats, and then taking custody of those until you can determine if that is an actual threat. And we've just gotten so good at it over the years of, like, through call outs and things like that, like, like, because they'll set themselves off with explosive vests and, like, belly belts and all these things, and you just learn all these lessons through pain and through blood and loss. But you can do there's all kinds of things that we've built to do to continue to discriminate until we say you are no longer a threat, and now you're coming back with us.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and that's why I carry these with me, in case I got to detain somebody.
Right on.
Yeah.
How many deployments did you do over there?
Like five deployments, and then I don't know how many, a handful of zero 300. Like, we get a call, you get rolled up in country X, and that button I was talking about gets pushed.
A lot of those.
Yeah. Once they found that button, holy shit.
Yeah.
They were like, you know what? This fucking button works.
We like this button.
They were just hitting it. And then it's just such a massive, like, thing that happens logistically. Like, we started doing it a lot. So much. I mean, a lot and a lot more and a lot more. And, sometimes they don't result in us, like, maybe we're sitting in country X waiting on trigger to go, and then that doesn't get met, or we get told by the president to stand down or return to base, which is like, base? You mean 18 hours back that way?
Yeah. Let's go through one of the buttons. Just any.
Oh, there's just one button.
What comes to your mind?
Just one button. It's just one button.
Yeah. I mean, when it gets pushed, first one that comes to your mind. Where are you at? What are you doing?
I mean, since Benghazi, since 2012, like, that button's been getting hit. And I can't even, I'm not going to elaborate on all the different times, but just understand that if you're an American, like, being held abroad in a country that we can do something about, like, where it's not going to be a full-on World War III situation, we're going to go rescue you.
I guess what I'm getting at is I want to hear, and I want the audience to feel the experience of when that button
your bag,
gets pushed.
so, like,
so if you could walk us through.
So each bag has, like, a plate, like, it's tagged, and it has, like, and you do this, like, you have to maintain it. So you're training all week long, and then you always button your stuff back up on weekends in case you get the pager or whatever, and you have to, that sequence starts, and you miss that train, man. You miss the train. You might catch the follow-on bird or something, but don't miss the train. And it's one of those things that, like, you're at a state of readiness and ready to go, but you're also training for, like, your no fail mission. You know, so you get pretty good at repacking your shit up. And the whole point is that if you and I come in, like, I can grab your shit and I know that you've got 3 bags, they're tagged, and they're in the truck. And then that truck gets loaded, and once it's good, like me as the leader or second 2IC, like, I say, all right, we're up. And then that gives you time to get there. If you were, you know, took you a little bit longer or whatever to get into the unit, and then you go to the airfield and load up the C-17s and off you go. Plan en route, build whatever charges you need en route, do all the shit you need to do. But we're coming. I mean, and we could roll off of the bird, the tailgate, the ramp, and right into driving to the target, or go into like a mission support site that we deem that we need to do. It could look a multitude of ways, and we have different packages that we...
Are you home just as fast? No? You're hanging out there for a while?
No, the redeployment piece is always like an afterthought. Because it's a big moving piece. Like those aircrafts, they're dedicated to us, but for return, that's not that they get prioritized, you know, based on, well, the DoD's like prioritization.
Yeah.
So and that's the part where, like, movement of people and amounts of people I'm not going to talk about, but just broadly, there's a state of readiness that we maintain, and between, you know, us and our Navy counterparts, like, it's a lot of responsibility, and it's been used not only for what it's intended, but also to be battle space owners too, like dismantling the caliphate, and not with ISIS. And it's like my whole mission in Africa was to maintain relationships with the embassy, with the country team, wearing a suit every day, so we could divest of the trance of hell at the SEAL Team 6.
Do you want to go into that, the hotel? Are you ready for that?
I can take a break for a sec.
You want a break?
Yeah, I think it's a good break or a good time to start going into it. But
let's
take a break for a second.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you, guys. You are our top supporters, and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys, or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise, all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show.
I'll say this. The first thing that comes to mind is I had no idea how many people in this world live in fear all the time.
All the time.
Tonight, the sheriff here revealing the worsening toll, at least 59 now dead.
What's your opinion on why is this happening?
The mass shooting in Buffalo, at least 10 people were killed.
We took some kids who had just grown up and never handled weapons, but grew up on first-person shooter games, and they were dead.
Screen time stimulates the release of the brain chemical dopamine.
We're expecting people to look as unhuman as possible.
I see a lot of my friends dying because of suicide.
Yeah.
Because they're unhappy. And now I see that spilling out into the masses.
These messages were released on social media, and he felt just absolutely humiliated. And he couldn't face that humiliation at school that was awaiting him the next day.
That's a child. Yeah. This is what everyone on TikTok, you know what I mean? And he doesn't know what's happening to his brain by watching that trash all day long.
When high schoolers get phones that disrupt their sleep, subsequently they go on to have higher rates of depression.
The climate's going to kill us in 25 years. The Republicans are going to kill us in 25 years. China's going to kill us in 14 years. Russia's going to kill it. The only news that makes its way through our ecosystem ends here.
All right, we're back from the break. We're getting into Mali, the hotel. What are you doing there?
Yeah, so that deployment, it was a deployment cycle where, I was an advisor to the U.S. ambassador or country team as a DoD, task force representative, advising on, task force operations, which we weren't able to do. And really the French were, are like the only kinetic, assault force, combating, AQIM and ISIS and the, all the Islamic Maghreb stuff, like Mokhtar Belmokhtar's crew and the Trans-Sahel. So from Libya all the way down, through, they've used the smuggling routes from tobacco smuggling and all these different things as safe havens to build training camps and to move people, forces, regroup. For years they've been doing it, and through the Trans-Sahel, and the fact that we allocated even one of us there for years, in rotating, it was to build a force to be able to combat that. But not to get into politics, but I mean, the political environment didn't allow us to operate at the level that we needed to, and then ISIS became a real thing. And back to my point about us being tasked with dismantling the caliphate, we needed every last one of us. So my mission was to maintain relationships at the U.S. Embassy and country team to divest of the Trans-Sahel to SEAL Team 6. So we can hand that off to them, so they could at least hopefully apply some more energy into it. Not that they weren't already in the Horn of Africa and Afghanistan, just doing a bunch of stuff. But with us, we needed every last one of us to go from Iraq into Syria, and these pilot teams pushing in to not only just do these raids deep into enemy territory. If we were going to do this, we had to maneuver on the ground. And I say all that because, for one, I was only in country for 3 weeks when the hotel attack happened, but it damn sure wasn't my mission. And that being said, I didn't have a mission. The mission was maintaining relationships. They don't put you through all that training to then that be
yeah, it almost seems like
it. Well, I tell you what, the part that really And this goes back to like, I was exactly where I needed to be when I needed to be there. And I hang on to that because a month before that deployment, I wasn't going there. I was going into those teams going into Syria, or like a former like troop mate of mine basically told his team leader last minute, I don't feel comfortable, wearing a suit and like briefing the ambassador and stuff like that. Like, I don't think I can do it. And I go, the fuck do you mean you don't think you can do it? Like when I find, because they asked me, my team leader was like, Kyle, I know you don't want to hear this, but I need you to do this. Like we need, this is important in the strategic, we need someone that's going to hand this off and leave a good taste in people's mouths. And like, because we can't do our job without that handoff happening. And it wasn't like a, done deal. Like we had to basically, it had to be worked through. And I was in that space of it being worked through, but asked to do it a month out. So as far as all my like preparation and stuff like that, like I was like, what? Sure. I was a 3IC and I'm like middle management and I'm like, okay. And it all makes more sense now of like why it all happened the way it did. And that's not to take away from someone's, I'm not going to what if it. The fact is like I was there, right where I needed to be to make the biggest impact I did, or I could, and I did. And it wasn't anyone telling me what to do as far as like the command, like, what do I do, boss? It was like a reaction. Like I was sleeping in bed, like drinking myself, like, because everyone just parties over there. It's just like, oh, this place sucks. So State Department's just out there like, oh, this sucks. Let's have Vespers. Let's have cocktail hour, and dress to the nines and like impress people without like big words. And I'm like, great. And then I got called, a call from God, at 7:10 a.m. and probably hungover as hell. And,
I mean, you went to Mali, which is a permissive environment, correct?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have freedom to maneuver up to there is a line where you don't have like.
But you've got freedom of movement. You can run around out in town.
Yeah, for sure. In Bamako and like southern Mali, yeah.
Right.
And I've like drove all over it. But once you get past like Mopti or into Mopti and then into like Timbuktu, like that's a freaking place. And it's in Mali, or Gao, or it's like there, from the traditional like Tuareg, like lighter skinned, Malians that, they're almost like nomadic, people that just kind of go and farm and but then that, with ISIS, or excuse me, Al Qaeda, blending in with them, they're able to, from a skin tone, lighter skin Arab, they're able to kind of intertwine, and then you build. And this attack itself was.
Have you ever been in an environment like that before for work?
Yeah, in Colombia.
Colombia?
When I was a Green Beret, yeah.
Okay.
Where, the kidnap for ransom was a real thing, and, and the peak of those hostage, either repatriations or, I was a part of some of the efforts during 2008, early 2009 when I was down in Colombia, working through that stuff with the Colombian Lanceros and Batallon de Commandos, like the Special Forces guys. Yeah.
Well, let's walk through, because this was a big incident, and it's
Yeah.
affected your life tremendously. So you say it started at 7:10 in the morning on November 20th?
Yeah.
Let's start right there. Chronological order. Let's stay focused on this topic. Just walk me through the entire day.
Yeah, so my day-to-day was going to the embassy, and showing face, or showing my face and talking through if there was a meeting. There was weekly and biweekly, different DoD briefs and stuff, but there was no mission for me there. So I just kind of try to look for work, and there's some ranges and stuff. So I was able to start at least, hey, you guys want to train? Anybody want to train here? And just getting, trying to get that going. And because I had all my kit stays in my ready kit bag, and I was able to. It's just like a Rolling Thunder or a North Face duffel roller, and it's got my basic go to war gear. My helmet, guns, my rifle, my pistol, my body armor, my panos, and that's your basic assaulter uniform and stuff. And so I got a phone call that morning, the day of the attack, and the phone call went something like this, where it was someone at the agency wanted to call to notify me about an attack that they had been made aware of that was ongoing. And it was 5 to 8 gunmen shooting up the front of the hotel, the Radisson Blu, in Bamako, Mali, and explosions. And that's what they and launched from what appeared to be embassy driver or embassy vehicles. And that was the situation report, right? And they called me twofold to let me know. And then, but it's not like it was my job to. Really, I was the next door neighbor of the deputy, and they couldn't get a hold of him. So they're like, "Hey, can you also go check on so and so? We can't get a hold of him. Can you help us out?" And I was like, "Sure." My next phone call, as I'm grabbing my kit bag, I didn't have to do anything but grab it and take it to the front. Threw some pants on and a t-shirt, and was like, "Everything's in this bag." I know it is because I put it there. It's where it needs to be when it needs to be, or it's there, and I know that because I've drawn from it. It's going back to just, any tools or resources that you have, train with them, use them. And when you need them, they need to be there. And so I'm on the phone with the MARSOC dude that is the closest thing to a warriors that I even within a 1,000-mile radius. I don't know. And I'm like, "Hey, you meet me at my house. I'm going to wake up so-and-so or check on him. I'll be out front." And they lived a mile away. And the the regional security officers, the acting or the assistants, Mike and the other one, sorry, I forgot your name right now. They all came together, but when I'm knocking on the door of my next door neighbor, the deputy chief, he opens the door and he's on the phone in underwear. And he's just picking lint out of his belly button, and he looks at me. He's like, "Oh, hold on, I'm on the phone." I'm like, "No, hold on. There's the attack's going on. There's an attack going on right now, and I don't know exactly where the hotel is, but I know it's close, and I can hear gunfire." So I'm like, "That's definitely close." And it was about 3/4 of a mile or less from my house, which are townhomes almost. And he's like, "I'm on the phone." "Yeah, I know. I'm on the phone with some of our guys in the hotel right now, staying there." Because a lot of temporary duty personnel would stay there, whether it was our embassy or other Western embassies. That's where they'd stay. But certain locations, and that's why the RSOs know. They don't say, well, they do. They should. And if the assessments they do is this a place where we would put personnel that are on, either permanent or temporary duty here, as a place of lodging, and they have to do these threat assessments. And to me, it made no sense why that hotel was even on there as a good place to stay when, looking at it, like the reason they chose that hotel is not only for the density of like people, Westerners. If your mission was to kill as many Westerners as you can, you could throw a stone from across the street and hit the front of the, huge front glass door windows, because it's a soft target in the sense that it doesn't have any standoff. It's not in depth.
Yeah.
Like they have all these security apparatuses and mechanisms, but like barrier, like from a vehicular assault, but it doesn't stop people from, driving by and kill and reaching out and touching someone. But so it was
this though, Kyle. I mean, you're talking about agency personnel, State Department personnel, ambassador types. They don't give a fuck about security.
Yeah.
All they give a fuck about is a nice place to sleep with a bar.
Nice pool. Really nice
and a pool.
Yeah, badass pool.
And that shit's...
Ignorance is bliss.
I've seen it in every country I've ever deployed in.
Yeah. So he tells me, it's like, it's their, some of their TDY guys that were there to train whomever. And these are like, I met them the day before. They're like MACV SOG, like old, hard, crusty MFers, man. And they're in there, not again, but he not again, man. And he tells me, he's like, yeah, he just kind of gives me and I'm like, hey, man, like, give me their room numbers, their cell phone numbers. Like, he's like, why? He's like, because I'm going to go get them. And he goes, like, record stops. Like, what do you mean? You do that? I'm like, yeah, I'm going there right now.
Yeah, motherfucker, there are Americans
That's a start point. For me, I was like, thank you, please.
Jeez.
Now I have a room number, cell phones, and now I can get on the horn with them while I'm maneuvering en route, absorbing everything as it's happening and processing to come up with a plan of action to execute. And I'm not pausing to do it, not like taking me facing out and like it's happening real time. And it really like resonated with me looking back now. I'm like, what'd you think I was going to do? Like, why did you even like ask me that question? But it goes back to, you just don't understand, like the mindset piece of, like right place, right time, right person. But it's also a matter of like, why aren't you doing something about it? Like, what are you going to do? I ain't got time for that. So it was like, I'm going to go do something. And, I was able to convince him to give me those numbers and room numbers and stuff. And as I'm moving to the hotel, like we kind of drove around and got into the front instead of driving right past it, kind of leapfrogged around, dismounted, and then kind of walked up, patrolled up.
What are you carrying? What are you wearing?
I had just a t-shirt on, the civilian t-shirt, and like Prana, because they're stretchy, pants. Nice. Sometimes men wear stretchy pants. It's a Nacho Libre reference. But, and then just like some shit kickers, dude. And like, good thing they were pretty sturdy.
Plates, helmet.
Yeah, so like my regular like JPC with plates, helmet, my HK 416 with my normal accoutrement, and then my Surefire RC2 suppressor and stuff like, and then my panos, but no more. Like I didn't have breaching tools, I didn't have like bangs, or I didn't have all the extra little bits of kit that would have been really nice to have. But, so as I'm coming up, like the RSO's like, now he's talking with the ambassador, and then the other RSO gets called by MSG or Post One, and they're like, hey, this guy's, this one American just like called and said that he's trapped in a room on fire and he's hiding under one of the banquet tables and they're shooting over top of him. Please come get me, come help me. So between those two calls, there's a lot of noise, and I'm like, just filter through this, like which one is the most life? That one. So threat to life, I'm like, let's focus on this one real quick. Let's get the information. All right, I made the determination, like, hey, Mike, you know where this room is. It's the banquet room, breakfast room. If I lead, like, can you help kind of point me in the directions I need to go? And he knew they had the ground knowledge of the inside of the hotel, somewhat. And I was like,
what's going on when
go.
you're in there? Is fire just
I
going?
haven't got in yet. Right now, I'm still. So the RSO is like, well, hold on, like we got to talk to the ambassador. I'm like, you're already talking to him, but what? We're going in to get this Terry, the first American, in that room, the banquet room, because it was on fire, and they were imminent life threat, right? It's threat to life of Americans. So I was like, all right, that's now the pressing start point for me. And the fact that they knew I wasn't going to go through the front doors. They shot the whole fucking place up, like going in. And they chased a bulk of the people into the breakfast room. And that's where they ended up focusing their attention to get the most kills from the timing, right? So like 7:10 in the morning, that's breakfast time. To the time I entered, it was about 7:45, but I entered through a side door. I had to basically like break into a side entrance, service entrance or whatever, and then work my way through all these conference area, big, huge rooms on the outer perimeter of the building or of the hotel. And I was able to, that opened up into the main foyer where it was like, if you think about embassy suites, where it's like an atrium, where almost 3-sided atrium with floors all the way, it was like 7 stories. And you go into the atrium and it's like 2 spiral glass staircases kind of going all the way up on each side. It's like super exposed. And it's just like the most like overly stimulating snapshot I'd have ever taken, because I was absorbing all of it out front and like everywhere around me, because every corner I was the guy up front. Everything was sensory overload, and it was the smells, the sounds, the fire alarms, the smoke, the haze, the smells of death in Western dress. It was something that my brain was like, what? It was like short-circuiting a little bit, because I had become so desensitized to life and death, but in certain environments, and certain dress. And that's just, I think that's a part of a self-defense mechanism. But for one, I didn't get a chance to prepare my mind, body, or spirit for violence, which is like planning contingencies and rehearsals. And you do that with each other and a team and a troop. And then you go out and do these things, and they're like incredible, but you buy down risk with a collective experience and rehearsed like plans of action that you just in place in the unknown, right? And I was just in reactive mode, and I was fully exposed, my mind, body, and spirit was, and it was just awful to see. And
how many bodies were you seeing? I mean, how many people were killed?
Well, a couple. The first few were just kind of like sporadic in the foyer area, and then.
Did you know any of them?
No. No, they killed 23 people total, Westerners, to include one American citizen. Anita Datar was her name. And I know that name, and I'll never forget it, her face, and because she was the last one, last one I needed to get confirmation on. Like, I went back to her room probably 5 times that whole day, and cleared it again and again, and then I was able to confirm that she was one of the killed during the initial. But yeah, it was awful. She was in the the blind leading the blind, they chased them through the breakfast room, people, And then they set that room on fire, and then just were stacking furniture. They were trying to burn the place down. And then they chased everyone through the kitchen, and that's where Terry got left behind, the American that was in that room that they had set on fire, and he wouldn't move. He was just like froze in that, wherever he was in that room. But I kicked the doors in to that room, and I mean, even making it to that floor to get there was this big. I was like, you cover 10 to 2, you 10 to 2, like anyone. I'm like, fucking pull security and cover me while I move, because I'm about to make a real big movement, because I had to run out and get on this spiral glass staircase and just mad dash it, like to get up to the second floor to hold up and then bring them up. And then I went in and just went right into kicking these French doors in, and it was like a cloud. The whole room was full of just fire and smoke, and I just ran in there, and it fucking floored me, because I was like, well, I can't breathe. Imagine that. But like this mindset of like, it's a self-correcting problem, man. But like, it just kept getting lower and lower to the point where now I'm on my belly, like with my gun, like low crawling, gun light, yelling his name. And I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, no one's coming. I can't see any further. And I don't know which way is the fucking door I just came from, because I can't see. So I was able to like crawl the fuck back out. And then I was like, this isn't working. And I was like, get him on the phone, like direct, because they were talking through a cutout through the MSG, the Marine Security Guards at Post 1, and then relaying to us. I'm like, fuck all that. Like, we got him on the phone direct. And then by that point, because I went and did one of the lessons learned that I changed the way we train, or what had a part in that, was communicating the fact that hostage rescue, hell yeah, we're great at it, but what about in a fire environment? So we started training with Rescue 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 up in New York, the FDNY, and they're really good at like manipulating a fire, that it's going to make it worse over time. But for that minute or two, it lifts and you can see further, and they can go in and grab somebody. And they've been doing it for a long time. So between that and forcible entry is something I changed the way we train. And I was able to, pull him. At that point, I was able to, for one, like know which direction he was, because it's a huge room. And then it lifted enough to where I was able to get deep into there, and then like just pull him out by he just looked like death, man. Like he had talked to death, and he said, "No, hold up." And I carried him out, and loaded him up, and in a car. Like that's where it was integral for having like the RSO and the relationships they have, because they were working the embassy like drivers and stuff, like shuttles, basically going back to a safe area away from this fucking hotel. And while this is all happening, the embassy's giving me, there was some people at the embassy that they knew what I was like capable of doing, and they weren't questioning it. They were just like, what do you need? And same with my command in Germany at the time. Like, it was like, all right, got it. Kyle, what do you need? I'm like, stand by. I'll let you know what I got. And then eventually it was like, I need my fucking boys. I can't do this alone. And that empowerment, that trust is like, it allowed me to be effective, to be agile, to make decisions on the ground. And what I talk about is tomorrow problems, like I watched happen, where the MARSOC cats were just being called every 5 minutes, man, on their cell phones. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, you shouldn't be in there. You're going to get in trouble. Like, you're going to ruin the platform for our source operations. And I'm like, hang the fucking phone up right now. I'm like, tell that motherfucker that's a tomorrow problem, and I need you here right now. Because what they're doing and what they did was cast seeds of doubt into any of the decisions that they were making. And if all those decisions were resting on the fact that they trusted me, and I wasn't in their command, but the moment someone from their command, 12 hours away, mind you, says, well, you guys shouldn't be seen running around in full body armor. That's kind of like, oh, you're going to ruin this platform. I'm like, first of all, you can go fuck yourself. Second of all, that's a tomorrow problem. we'll deal with it. But there's lives like that can still be saved. Like where the fuck, what planet are you in or on, you know? But they just casting those seeds and planting seeds into somebody that I needed to be stay switched on and with me, like with me in this moment. And as much as I tried to like say, fuck that, we'll deal with that later, started stepping for like steps and steps, become an arm's distance away, so then I was just like, holy fuck, I feel like I'm like flat out alone in here. Even though you're moving with me, you're not where you're
not here.
You're not with, you're too far behind. And then here, check right the fuck out. Now, mind you, I wouldn't have been able to do it in the manner that I did it without them. So it really bothers me that I didn't realize the impression that I was having on so many people by just taking action and looking. They wanted to do these things, but they needed someone like me to just take lead and like form this motley crew of a team, you know, to do something. And I think like, and the whole team, like the country team, kind of really came together and they were like, well, how do we get accountability of all these people? Who do we have? Who's unaccounted for American wise? It really like challenged them, and they did a pretty good job of like filtering and pushing that information and getting it to me it pretty rapidly. And I was able to form a list where I have, which I wanted to show you, but I started forming a list on just some scratch paper I found on the ground because I didn't have a pen and paper on me like a good soldier. I had everything else, but I just found a piece of paper and can you hand me that bag? I do want to show you this because it's important. Yeah, so I grabbed a scratch piece of paper from the street and then like started, writing down like names and room numbers in my excellent handwriting. And somehow it survived. Like it's like super barely hanging on, you know, but this is the list that I started to form, and it started to kind of, you know, these are room numbers and names of Americans that they were unaccounted for. And you can see that Anita Tatar was on that list pretty early. And I was able to get to her room pretty quick, but she wasn't there. And then
what are the scratch names of?
After I rescued them. Like going to the room and confirming that they are that person. And I think I kicked in like 54 hotel doors, man.
No shit.
Yeah, it was like, the master key right here. I'll give the SEALs that, man. That whole like mule kick, that's where it's at.
Works.
It does. It saves so much energy. And it was like comical watching people trying to, even with breaching tools, I was like, what are you doing? What is that thing? The French, when they came, I was like, I'm like, step aside, please. I got really tired. But I got a heavy foot, man. I don't know. But plus it's all about like, you can waste a lot of energy not knowing how to like attack a locking mechanism or what's a breach, right? If you don't know how to defeat the weakest point or the strongest point or the weakest point that you can defeat and obtain a breach. Either way. So the list, like I obviously went and got Terry out of the first room, and then I started getting, you know, the names and room numbers, and I looked at the floor. Now I'm outside the hotel after the first time I went in, and I look at this, and people are like hanging out. They're outside on their balconies, just like, you know, guests in the hotel. I don't know. They could be from whatever countries, but some of them are like tying bed sheets together on like the 6th floor. Like this, my man had like 3 sheets tied together, and he had a good 30, 40 feet of just drop. Before, it didn't even touch the ground. And I was like, first of all, don't do that. I'm like hand and arm, you know, because I don't know if you're gonna, like I said in English, but I don't speak French, and who knows if you know what languages they understood or spoke. But the pointy, you know, like me saying no, you know, and then having people like relay it. But I'm like, don't do that. For one, that's not gonna hold up. And I was like, just barricade yourself in your room and don't answer the door for anyone. Period. And we would give them like reassurances while I'm like, how the fuck am I gonna deal with this? Like it's a lot. And and I was looking at the room numbers, and like the highest floor was on the 7th. There was a bank of 3 rooms that were remotely close to each other on the 7th floor. So when I went back in, I was like, all right. I looked at the lower floor that I already cleared, went back the same way, and then I was like, all right, if I find the closest stairwell to this bank of rooms, I'm just gonna go right up this stairwell, because there wasn't an outside fire escape or roof access, because I wanted to get down and work my way from the top down. But I did a whole sweep around the whole hotel, and there was no fire escapes. So I was like, I guess I'm going. I didn't want to go up the spiral staircase, so I went to like the fire stairwell, fire-rated stairwells, and went to the lower floor. Like, so if it was 731, you know, 26 and 18, I went to the stairwell that was going to get me closest to it when I popped out on that floor, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I did that, and then when I got to the 7th floor, I couldn't get in the door from the inside because it was a crash bar, you know, emergency exit. So I didn't have the tool or anything to like pop it from the inside. So I actually went down a couple floors and then went over, and then that led me into this like outside area of the hotel. But to me, I was just still in the hotel. But at that point, I had went around to the backside of it where I went up that stairwell, and this whole wing of the hotel wasn't even on. It was like additions that they made, and it wasn't even on like the emergency exit plan or anything, like, and which I took with me to capture that how fucked up this hotel was. For one, like, this is what you have briefing on the wall here. Like, there's parts of the hotel that aren't even on this, like additions, the whole wings, and just so chaotic. And as I'm going up that other stairwell in between the 3rd and 4th floor is when like I'm about here in the clearance on the stairs, and, you know, like running upstairs and then like trying to clear, and then the gunmen are like coming down the stairs, and they're on the landing, and then we like lock eyes, and I stare down his muzzle from 5 feet away, like
that close.
Yeah, he's like right here, and I just go, oh fuck, but I look through his, like, beyond the muzzle and into his eyes, and I was like, I saw a change in his demeanor. I saw a shift because he was not expecting to see me. Big American flag, panos on my head. He's like, holy shit, without saying it. And this is all like very rapidly, but the next thing through my mind was, well, that's me. I'm fucking dead. And he cracks the first round off, and I black out for a split second. I mean, I got knocked out. Like, I thought I was in heaven or hell. And I just, like, it's all like a fog and haze, but like, I'm like stumbling down the stairs, and it's like almost like things are moving in slow motion, and I'm like shooting back, and he shoots like 5 more times, and they all hit like just in this concrete stairwell right around, like pop pop pop, like right, like Samuel L. Jackson, man, Pulp Fiction. And so for me, the divine intervention piece, like, I just couldn't see it for what it was, and I just saw red, and I went running back up the stairs and yelled, and I actually cussed him out, called him a bunch of basic ass bitches, and I don't know where that came from, but I screamed it the top of my lungs. And then he yells Allah Akbar at me and fucking pops the primer on a grenade. And I hear that. It's very audible. You know, time delay, pop, like a Russian-style grenade, the pineapple-looking one. And I've heard it a ton in Afghanistan, and I know, so I was able to yell grenade and get out of the way, relative cover. And that thing just bopped the fucking shit out of me. And somehow I was still, there was moments of blacking out right there for a second, or knocked, like unconsciousness, but then coming back to, and it's just, my teeth were just fucking like loose and dangling, you know, but I was just, you know, just holding them in place. Because I was like, I'm the only person that could stop these motherfuckers right now. And, you know, when they threw another grenade on me, I was like, fuck. I don't have what I need to deal with, like, to deal with this. I can't, they have the position of tactical advantage in this stairwell. And, so I just started going straight up. I was like, go get any Malian security forces that you can find now and get them up here. And I said that very calmly just now. I was yelling it. And, you know, basically whoever they could muster up there, I was just going up and down the line. Like, this is your fucking country. These motherfuckers are right here. I was just going straight up patent speech on them. Like, and I was like, you get a fucking shield. They don't speak English. And I'm just like English fucking screaming, and like, they're like, we. I'm like, you understand this, you know? And I was just so fucking, for one, I was hurting. And I was using, like, I couldn't stop. So I just used overwhelming violence of action to mask any of the pain I was feeling right in that moment. And this is in hindsight, but I was able to, like, you know, you take this shield and go over there. And I basically place this dude. I'm like, go over there. And like, he got to the base of the stairwell, and like, they took one shot, popped the shield from up here, and he drops it and takes it to the house. He's like, I served my country, see you later. Like, he was gone. And this was a Malian, all right, next, you know, like, get the fuck over here. And then this guy shows up with a gas mask on his head and a pistol. And he's like, I got you. He didn't say that, but he gave me the look. And I was like, all right, don't let them fucking move. And then I cleared the rest of that wing, you know, kicking in every door I could and freeing not just Americans, but anyone at that point. I'm like, this is now, I've locked them into a position. They couldn't go any, like, higher because it was a condo that they were trying to find. What I found out later, they had some pocket litter. They were sterile. Like, they didn't have, like, comms. They had comms, but they were burner phones, and, like, they had some pocket litter that had the room numbers of, like, in the 6 series, like 600, whatever, a bank. And that was where the Air France crew was staying. So, like, Air France would fly in daily there. So their flight crews would stay in a certain wing every time. And they were trying to get over, just like I was, to the certain wing or bank of rooms. And, you know, our paths crossed very early in this process. And they were no longer able to, it went from, you know, killing and making as much of a impact as they wanted to or could, to survival and barricading themselves. And so they didn't kill another innocent person once they met me in that stairwell. It just took them, it took, you know, the rest of the day for me to clear through. And then the French came from, the assault force from Burkina Faso, the neighboring country, and one of my old teammates that was embedded with them, helping them, you know, target and do things. And he hopped on a bird with them. There's like 12 of them. But when they showed up, it was like almost 1 p.m.
Holy shit.
I ran into the stairwell with them at like...
It's like 6 hours later.
Yeah, it was like 8 something when when I encountered them in that stairwell in 8:30 a.m. No, 7:45. Probably 8:45. Something like an hour from getting Terry out of there, or less. I don't know, but my whole point was when I kicked in one door in that wing, and there was a dude in Western dress just like with his shot right through his head, like, and I was like, look back at the door. I was like, there are holes in the door. Like, how the fuck did he get hit? And after I cleared the room, I was like, there's no one in here. And because when I kicked it in, like the deadbolt and the throw latch both broke off the door. So like I cleared all of it, right, and cleared it out of the door frame. And I was like, it really like bothered me, not just the fact that he was like obviously, you know, one of the people that were killed, innocent people that were killed, but like even in that, like I was like, this doesn't make sense. Like, why, you know, from a physics perspective, I was like, wait a minute. And I found out, you know, because I went back with the FBI almost in an unhealthy manner of times to do my own sensitive site exploitation, but really trying to make sense of it all. I put a suit on and went back in there like every day for days and days, and I didn't know how many times I'd get a chance to go back in there, if at all. But they were knocking on doors, and then anyone that would answer their door, they would just, like, even just through the people, not people, but the throw latch still engaged, the hotel, right? So it like shuts in itself, and once you let it go, I mean, they would knock lightly, and this one guy, he answered the door, but just stuck his head, you know, through the crack. He was like looking through the crack, and they just smoked him right there through the crack in the door. They didn't have a fucking chance, man.
Damn.
But I do know that it was the most exposed I've ever felt, like, for a long time. And then when that troop came from the Burkina Faso, like, I finally was just like, all right, let's fucking go. Like, and I was like, hey, here's the deal. Like, I went over there and was like to the commander, I'm like, who's the fucking charge here? Who's in charge here? I'm like, here's the thing. Like, they're right here. We got them. I got them pinned down. Like, I can take you right to it. And they're like, oh, okay. I'm like, okay, let's go. And I was pretty amped still. And like,
because they're still in there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Still barricaded in the same room?
It was like a storage closet. So if you think about the landing, there was a door that opened into the like condo, that metal door, and then to the left of that on the landing was like a storage closet, like two storage closet deep. They didn't have much room, but man, they were there. They had like tied up all their bandoliers and were loading mags while one of them was shooting and single shot. Like, they were there to stay and die there. Like, there was no way of flanking them at that point, at least not from my perspective. Like, there was no direct way of flanking without having some sort of climbing ability or, you know, coming in from the roof. So, also just taking a step back, you know, and having to like spread that out with, you know, with the French, like, to be able to problem solve, which it was awesome. Like, and I think this is like really ironic or funny, but they were like, oh yeah, you come with us, but just stay in the back. I'm like, roger that. I've been up front all fucking day. I'll stay in the back with you boys. Let's go. And then I'm like, you know, doing all, what's going on? It's taking so long. Like, it's all this commotion up front. And I'm, you know, now I'm like, they shouldn't be, like, there's gunshots. And I'm like, who the fuck are they fighting with right now? And it was one of the Malian, like, security force dudes, like, shot one of the fucking French, like, in the top of his helmet. I was more afraid of, like, once I went in first, like it was like me against the fucking shooters. And then after that, it was like giving people permission to go in, and anyone and everyone, like whomever, and with a gun.
Yeah.
And it's like, that was scary as shit. Like, I was like, how do you, filter through? Like, I can, discriminate a threat and a friendly, but that's difficult, even through the haze and the fog, and yeah, like they shot one of the French right in the top of his fucking helmet, and he walking wounded, bleeding, but we were able to package him up, get him out of there. And then next thing you know, like now they're down in a Salter, and they're like, "Oh, you guys want to intermingle in the teams now?" And I'm like, "Roger that." And I just kept getting further. Then I'm like in the team, just flowing with them, and that's a testament to like the ability to not be so like indoctrinated and to just, it took me 2 rooms to kind of like adapt to their techniques and not get in the way. Because at that point, it's like I could like fall on my sword here. You guys are doing this all fucking wrong if I wanted, but not that they were. I was just extremely grateful to be a part of any sort of like competent assault force. When my boys were like, they were getting spun up in North Carolina, and the guys in Germany were like loading in a C-130, like, but they were 10, 12 hours away, 18 hours away. Like, so, to have them there and just to like see and bear witness to pure evil, and and people just following, like the American that was killed was in a service elevator area that a group of them, like 15 of them, like if they would have just kept going, went right, like a turn, and then freedom down a hallway, exit, freedom. They flew that kitchen into this service elevator, and there's bodies in the elevator, in between the doors, like closed on them, and then outside of it, just all executed from like point blank range.
Damn.
Like in the head, face, and you can't unsee that. The smell. And they didn't have a fucking chance. So people ask me, they're like, well, even the ambassador, he's like, why did you, Kyle, you're an American hero. Like, why did you react that way? I'm like, well, sir, I was like, you got a minute? Like, if anyone should have reacted that way, it's someone that's been trained in this since like hostage rescue and like, I have the ability, so it was my responsibility to act. Like, I'm not gonna just sit here and fucking hope and dream and like, I'm gonna do something. And by doing something, the impact of that, now mind you, the impact that it's had on me as a person, I'm only starting to heal from. And my family, I gave it all. I died in that stairwell. And I couldn't. I just maintained being, my priority was to, well, no, I have the ability, right? So it's my responsibility. So like everyone, I stayed in that country for almost 4 months by myself. No one came and checked on me. All these embassy folks were having like these crisis response teams come in, and like doctors and fucking psychs and stuff come in and do these evaluations. I was like, oh, those are cool. What's going on over there? Well, like, that seems cool. All right, I'll be over here. Just fucking licking a window, like pulling security, facing out. And like I was hurting so bad, and I didn't know what that, like how, I couldn't really put word to like what I was feeling, fear, but anger is easy to mask that. So I was just really angry. And I don't remember this, but I called my wife that night, when I got back to the room, my room by myself, fucking deathly afraid. And I just started boozing to numb it. And I just remember, like, she said I called, was just like bawling. I was just like bawling, and she just was asking me, like, oh my God, Kyle, what's wrong? What's wrong? Like, and then she started getting, I remember this because it was like, to me, it was like a point where I was like, you can't help me. So I pushed her further away because she was like, oh my God, what's wrong? It was like hysteria. And I was like, you can't help me. And what I really needed and wanted was to hold her and to hug her and to hug her children. But I couldn't. And no one came and saved me from me. And everyone relied on me to be the savior. If something were to happen again, they were like, oh, let's just rally at Kyle's house. He'll figure it out. And I'm like, yeah, I'll figure it the fuck out, man. And I'm just fucking losing myself completely, trying to make sense of the physical wounds to my brain and the psychological and emotional. And I was like, this is all too much. So I drank. And I seeked comfort in an extramarital affair. Because those are the two things that were super comforting. And I coped with those, and that only kept me just barely afloat and kept me from, had I not done those two things, and they both fed into just more misery, but I don't think I would have made it back. I just wanted to fucking destroy myself and everything around me. And it's not about one specific event. That was the catalyst that unlocked so much other trauma in my life, from my first visual memory being traumatic. And it's just like, that's when things started to become unmanageable in my life.
How did that day end? When they got to the barricade?
We killed them eventually at like, we ended up like bounding around and coming in through like a rooftop thing and then crawling down into this condo and locking them down from underneath and then below. And I mean, I think the French threw everything they had, like flashbang and like concussive grenades, but it was just flying right past them. And they had this corridor where they could just spray down this hallway, and then they had the stairwell. So they had them locked down. And so we couldn't come up from underneath. Like, we had the dude that was, the French dude was holding the shield guy. That was his job. I'm like, you're the fucking shield dude. And I was like, and he was like this young, probably 20-something-year-old kid. And I remember this because, like, he got shot, I think, through his, like, broke his hand, and then maybe got, like, shot through his, like, the superficial part of his arm or whatever, so bandaged him up. But I was like, he got within a foot of this corner where the barricaded guys were in this storage closet just to get close enough, but took like 7 rounds in this fucking shield from a foot away, and was bawling after that. And the guys weren't dead. They threw, and because the guy behind him was able to get close enough to throw on an actual, like, offensive, like, frag grenade on top of these cats, which was this huge faux pas of, like, you don't bring frags on a hostage rescue, man. And I'm like, well, what about in this case? So I know that we came back, and I was able to train. I came back and was able to, like, bring the tactical lessons learned to change the way we think and train. I mean, that's my legacy there. It's not, like, to make an impact on that type of organization, I think is massive. And it's not like, oh, look at me. It's just like, we evolve as a fighting force, and that's why it's so capable, but as a collective. But, like, even the grenade, like, right on top of these cats, like, we had to go in there, like, ran upstairs and, like, finish these guys off. Because they're like fucking, you know, they're like zombies coming out of the shit. But I ate a lot of like overpressure, and I guess I just never realized how much that was impacting me, like because I didn't have a physical frag or bullet hole, like those like the wounds you can't see, that saying, you know. And I'm like, it makes so much sense now, like because it changes so much about your character. Like everything that used to be easier becomes more difficult, and cognitive processing and function. But we were able to clear those guys out or kill them, and then I still stayed in the hotel for another 3 hours clearing the rest of the hotel, like room by room.
Yeah.
And I didn't say, it was like 6 p.m. when I called, you know, objective secure. One American killed, confirmed, you know, her body, because I got a physical description from the country team, and she was one. Anita Tatar was one of the ones that were initially killed in that service elevator area. And I went back to the embassy, still like my pistol belt on, and just like still got fucking shit all over me, like gunpowder and stuff. And the country team's there just like waiting for me to brief them, all circled up. And I'm like, what's up? Like, tell us all about it. I'm like, okay. And people just looked at me differently after that, you know? And I was like, what the fuck did you think this was? Like, did you think this, why, oh, you're worried now your kids? Why the fuck are your kids here? Like, if there's a Delta Force operator's here, you think this is a good country? There's not very many of us. My operator number is 965 since 1978. That's not me bragging. That's me just to conceptualize how small we are. I was one of less than 1,000 still. And it just blew my mind. They're like, what are we going to do about our kids? And I'm like, get them the fuck out of this country. Like, I got it. It's just not where it is. Like, I know we want to spread our free democracy everywhere, but in due time. This one hasn't baked enough. It needs to go back in the oven.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just like the ignorance piece of it, and then masking it with like the as you know, like the partying and like the social aspects of it. And don't get me wrong, there's great missions that the State Department's doing and spreading, you know, and truly like helping others. I'm just like, why did this catch you guys like with your pants down? Yeah.
You want to take a break? Let's take a break. So you're one of the most prolific drug smugglers in the world. Smuggled cocaine, marijuana, worked for Pablo Escobar, the Medellin cartel, the Ochoa brothers. Is there anything you haven't done?
He became one of the government's most valuable informants in the war against cocaine. But last night in Louisiana, Barry Seal's enemies caught up with him and killed him.
The plane took off, and the wheels came up with a thud. Went on a little bit further, and got to about 5,000 feet, and they were just a little click, click. And Miriam said, "What was that, Dad?" I said, "He just turned his autopilot on." The fella reaches over and he says, "You fly these things, huh?" And anyhow, he got under me, and he was shooting those tracers, and he must have been just under the airplane because they looked like they were coming up like in an arc right under the windshield, just red streaks up. Of course, some of them was live, you know. But they hung a dead man in the cell with me, and he was frozen, and he was wrapped in newspaper strips of it like a mummy from his feet all the way to his head. And they put him on a meat hook into a bolt on the side of the wall, and hung him there. Said, "You next, son of a bitch, you next."
It's not going to land anywhere but Arkansas.
That's right, because he said it's paid off all the way to the top.
The old saying, if you can't stand the heat, don't work in the kitchen. I can take the pressure.
A lot of people died in this business. I'm telling you, I'm one of the only people I know still alive.
All right, Kyle, you took pictures in the days after this happened, and you got them here, so let's go through some of these. So this is where they were barricaded, correct?
Yeah. Yep. So the storage closet, it was like 2-room storage closet that was, if you were to, button hook around to the right of this doorway, that's where they were held up at. And that's where they were, tied the bandoliers.
They were in this room.
If you were to go right into this and then button hook around, there was a storage type closet room, maintenance stuff or whatever was in it, but it didn't go anywhere else. There was no escape from that. So, and that door was closed, right? So, that door, to me, once we were able to open it from the other side, signifies like an end to a door that they closed, and we opened it, and that's where, the shield guy was able to get close enough to be able to drop a grenade on top of them in that landing, just to disorient them enough to finish them off. And the door itself, it's a symbol to me of just carnage and of an end to what I didn't think was gonna end.
You have a picture of that door too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that door is like, I took it from the hotel and turned it into a beer pong table for the rest of that trip.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it makes for a gnarly beer pong table with all the gunshot, like the ricochet, like the yeah. There was nothing else to do, man.
Yeah.
I wanted anything and everything to just
get your mind off it.
Mm, and using my own like bravado or like that operator macho, like,
yeah,
it's a facade. Like, because underneath it was this scared little boy that just wanted someone to hold his hand and say, "Hey, man, it's okay to not be okay." And obviously, looking back, I can say that, but going through it was like, I wanted to make sense of it. And because I didn't believe in things I couldn't see. And the things I saw, I couldn't believe. And that's why, like, looking at the stairwell, like, coming up, like, as I'm walking up the stairs, like, this is that's his perspective looking down, and that's me looking up. But you can see there's like and I'll give you the photo, but there's a small ricochet in between our fields of view. And that's what's depicted on my arm. That same little ricochet is there too. And this is a scene from, like, I'm still building it, but it's like a ghost. Me running up and then kind of fading into the darkness.
Damn.
And
so he was up and you're looking up at him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
literally.
so
You're
not
on
only
the flight of stairs is like this. You're here pointing up.
Yeah, so
he's
I'm going
down.
up, and then there's a small landing, and then it went up, and then we caught each other like right here. So he's got the angle and the high ground, and I'm like here and trying to sweep back as I'm like running upstairs. And this is where, like, not having your mates like close enough to you, like, yeah, there's a lot of things that ate me up. Like, there's a few shots that I know I took that I can't account for. And I just let that consume me. Because what if I killed somebody that didn't intend? And I let that destroy my I'm better than that. I'm better than that. So then then I would just like start like these negative self-talk like stuff, and I'm just a shitty operator, I'm a shitty person, I'm a shitty father, I'm a shitty husband. Well, what do shitty people do? Shitty things. I'm gonna go do shitty stuff, but hide it, so, and a lot of this I wanted, like I talk about that phone call with my wife and how I feel like she didn't have a chance. She didn't have a chance. It wasn't fair. She didn't have a chance to for one, why is it on her to give me something I need? Like, I need to be held, comforted, told it's okay. You're going to be okay. Without her knowing that. That's like an expectation and an unfair one where she's not in a position. Have I ever opened up to that point? Like, hey, I'm actually afraid. I'm scared to death right now. And I just want you to tell me, like, that it's going to be okay. And I didn't have a trust. I couldn't trust in any other human being from my first visual memory. Like, because if I wasn't in control, I got hurt. And I damn sure wanted to believe and trust in God, but if I can't trust in other humans, like, I saw it the other way. I was like, I can't truly believe in something I can't see. But I never lost sight of there being something out there bigger than me. As much as I used confidence or arrogance or like that, the mask to compensate or to mask, how I really felt. Like I was vulnerable and exposed. And I was like, oh shit. It's like the Oz, like the guy behind the thing is just like just a dude,
Yeah.
Oz is just a fucking dude. Where's the Oz? Just a dude. And it's like, you mean I'm just a dude? Like behind all this boyish good looks and charm, I'm not only am I just a dude, I'm a human being, man. And forgiving myself for all the things that I had no control of, that I didn't need to be like forgive myself for, from my childhood. And not until I like was able to like he without sin cast the first stone. I mean, that's been something I've hung on to even in the darkest days, where I've been like it would manifest itself in self-harm, self-love, hate, sabotage in my own personal life. Because you know what? I was like, I don't know how to make sense of what I've been through my whole life. And it's just been, I've seen chaos and pure evil at its fucking closest. So I believe that's just what I need. And in order for me to defeat evil, I got to be more evil. So it started taking this twisted form of like, my service was to feed into my ego, because my ego was my sense of self. And once that became exposed through, getting arrested beyond this and a couple times, and you can't hide. It's like, oh, imposter. But then it was all about like, well, perceptions, like I'm going to abstain from alcohol or go to this treatment center, because my goal was to be the best operator I could be and team leader eventually in that unit. And I even asked, like, I've been in talk therapy for 6 years. I've done about 3 neck shots, the saline gate blocks. I've done intensive inpatient therapy for combat-related stress and substance abuse. I've done the Army substance abuse programs. Always for someone else, though, and never for myself. Not until I truly saw myself from the outside, from an out-of-body experience where
You had an out-of-body experience?
Yeah.
When was that?
October last year.
What was that like? What'd you see?
I saw just the ugliness. I saw me for not what I thought I was, but like who I was.
What were you doing when that happened?
I was driving back from Texas, and I had my daughter with me, and I was doing internships out in Austin, and I was like, I got to make it back. And there was something I had to make it back for, and I was trying to rebuild my relationship with my wife, and this was the third attempt, and we started dating, and I was spiraling, man, and I was running towards the only thing that I've ever had that's been stable and never lost sight of me, the pure, kind, loving person, and that's my wife. And I had my oldest daughter with me, and I went to the bathroom and took a bump of cocaine, what I thought was cocaine. And I'm sitting in the driver's seat, just got gas, started sweating. And then I look over at her, and I'm like, I don't feel so good. Can you drive this next hour or so? And then I just that's when I could see myself. I almost died from fentanyl overdose.
Damn, man.
And they had to Narcan me, and this all happened in front of my daughter. Not the use of the drug, but man, I could rationalize anything. I'm like, well, I didn't do it in front of her. So, because I had started messing around with things that could numb you in this space of being a jobless or an operator without a mission. When I got my neck fused and then left my wife, and then I went and did the whole, I was going to take over the breaching sergeant major position. And I was like, once I decided I'm not going to be operational anymore, I told them. And that was the hardest thing for me to say, but there were so many other things that I knew from chronic pain, insomnia, migraines, all these things just started really coming to the forefront after I got my neck fused, and my body, I was just I got so many other things I got to work on. But then I was that position, I felt like that was the way for me to give back another 5 years without being operational, but staying involved. And then I went and helped out with the course for one day, and it was around blasts. And it had been 7 months since then between. And I had a migraine for 8 days straight, debilitating. I couldn't get out of bed. And to the point where there was nothing, I just thought those were defo days. Oh, it's another defo day. Tylenol doesn't work. You needed some sort of central nervous system suppressant. It's neuropathic, radiculopathy and nerve damage and all these things that I was just it's only a beer is the only thing that's going to take it away. And culturally, it's okay. Socially, I can do this, And then I couldn't do it because my drinking had been exposed, because I was a high-functioning alcoholic. I could perform. And then if I had something that day or the next day, I wouldn't drink. So I rationalized, I'm not an alcoholic. I'm abusing it from time to time. I talk about using anything to mask and overwhelm emotion, to me, is abuse. If you're using it, it could be sex, it could be work, it could be alcohol, substances, it doesn't matter. But that's another way for me to rationalize always going back to it. Once I get it under control, then I'm complacency. I'm feeling real good about myself. And my sense of self, my identity, was my job. It always has been. Because no one ever showed me as a man, as a contributing member of society, what it looks like to be those things without your work being your identity. And through all those ups and downs, to me, I view rock bottom as my inability to my inability to lower my standards faster than my circumstances. So I'll always dig a hole deeper. And the next one I would have dug would have been my own grave, for sure. Or I've been in jail for the rest of my life. There's 3 options. Those 2, and then pushing a shopping cart under an overpass. Because I'm cemented in PTSD, where no one understands me. And the comparing of trauma is the problem. And it's the reason that, you know, people are going and making the most selfish decision there is, and that's to take their own life. And I'm not above it. Like I've at all. I've been very close to what I think is the space of, or in hopelessness. And that's the most scared I've ever been. And that's happened to me since 2016 on 3 different occasions where I drove myself into a hopelessness feeling and alone in a crowd. And no longer can be, I knew that I can't be in bars or this or that because it was overly stimulating. And then I would just drink and then I'd become something else. And then it was just this, I used to joke around with mates and stuff and be like, how Dark Passenger took over, bro. It's not a fucking joke, man. It's like a serious thing where we compartmentalize to do things at such a high level over and over. But if we don't think that we have to unpackage that at some point, then it becomes a dark passenger. And then we just kind of culturally just say, it's just someone else is driving behind the wheel right now, you know? It's not okay.
Yeah.
Like it's minimizing the impact that's having. It's not a split personality. It's you. And you need to give it the energy if you ever want to like heal and recover, because you will. And I am. And only through the spiritual awakening I had, where I truly saw myself, as many holes as I dug, this was the most like closest to like, well, for one, death, but like I could see clearer than day through the haze of just, I see that face, like just passed out, like I'm gonna choke on my own damn whatever, just laying or sitting there in the seat. And just like the reason I think I'm still here is because even though I never really knew how to love myself, like I would never have taken my own life because I would never do that to my girls, my daughters, and my kids. Like I just wouldn't do it. And because I love them more than I love myself. And that's a definition of codependency. And now, only through seeing that and truly like not having a reason or, oh, I'm sorry, I was just fucked up or drunk, you know, daddy doesn't act that way, you know, or I'm just so mad at your mom, you know, deflecting and like, or just being honest with them about, hey, I am dealing with so much and I'm projecting it on you guys. Like they've seen all these aspects of me, but this time there was no hiding. There was no words that could explain. It was just roger that. And that's when I started my path to recovery and in alcohol and in AA and acceptance has been the biggest thing for me. It's the first step, powerlessness. I viewed that as weakness my whole life, but it's an opportunity for strength and growth. And man, just by accepting that I'm an alcoholic, oh, holy shit, it's opened up like a floodgate of feeling and connections. And the biggest one is a power greater than myself. Step 2, believing in it. Not just believing in it, not just paying it lip service or acknowledging it, that a power exists out there. For me, it's trust. And when I truly like trusted in God, I've been able to communicate with daily. And now I can trust other human beings. And it's almost like being like a little child on like just happier than a pig in shit. every day because there's so much joy that it's been there. I just couldn't see it or feel it for what it was. And it's there. And that's why, like, I'm looking at this 10 months of sobriety where I'm like, man, aren't we all blessed?
Yeah.
This is such a like, and it's not too late unless we say it is. And you're not alone. And it's okay. I'm telling you, it's okay to not be okay. We can do incredible things as human beings for good and for evil. And no one thing, act, decision, like, should define who you are as a person. But it does, and I let it, and it doesn't have to, though.
What was the last?
You're not that special.
What was the last straw for you? What made you quit drinking? Was it the fentanyl overdose with your daughter?
Yeah.
That was the last thing. You cleaned it up after that.
Yeah, because I was able to mask through, I found I never really played around with drugs and because I couldn't in the Army. It was like, oh, no, you're going to get drug tested and this and that. So I was like, and I never had a desire to. With alcohol, though, it was like, if I look back at the signs, I'm like, I don't think I've had a very successful drinking career, homie, like, at all. And I can actually look back and there isn't a truly happy feeling that's been associated with alcohol in me. So that's having an unhealthy relationship with a substance, and that's called, to me, an allergy. It's not weakness. It's an alcoholism. I measured it. I quantified it. Well, my dad, he drank a rack of beer, a case of beer or whatever every night. I don't do that. I don't have to drink to wait or to function. And that's how I would just, rationalize anything. And just like when I got exposed to cocaine in strip clubs in Texas, I was like, wow, this numbs everything. And I don't have to drink. But then it wears off, So it's like I can hide and function because I'm at such a deficit cognitively and emotionally and I can't let people see that. So I just want to numb it. And I've always been looking for ways of numbing those things. And even the night of the Radisson, like, when I told Erica, I was like, you can't help. In my mind, I'm like, she can't help me. I was like, just let me talk to the kids, and just started bawling and just told them all I loved them. And from then on, like, I was like, I'm out. And when I say that, like, that relationship I got in, the extramarital affair, like, that woman was the only one that actually, like, there. A lot of people were like, oh man, how you doing? Are you all right? Like you asked me that a minute ago. And I knew what you meant by it. And I knew when I answered it, like, I am actually okay. And I can say that with confidence, whereas before, I would always just, yeah, man, I'm good. I feel fine. And it's like, wait a minute. Like, is it lip service or is it like coming from the heart? And to me, I was looking for somebody that could, like, ask me a question without me prompting it. And, she asked me straight up, like, hey man, how are you doing? And I'm like, I'm good. Woo! Saved the day. And, no, she was like, oh, no, like, seriously, how are you doing? Are you okay? And I went, no. And then she hugged me. And that was exactly what I needed in that moment in time. And that led me to an extramarital affair. That led me to, she saved me from me there. I stayed there for almost 4 months, just like no mission. Maintaining relationships. And I went back home, moved out, abandoned my children, tried to pick up and start a life with this woman in a place where it was never meant. It wasn't a reality. It was just like some twisted blanket. It was a blanket that I needed, like just a wet blanket, like alcohol was. And I've kept that door open even slightly. And the only first person that came and actually checked on me was when we were redeploying, and only because she called Erica called my chain of command and was like, Kyle's not okay. Like, what are you guys fucking doing?
Were they helpful? Did they do anything?
Well, that got to my team leader at the time, and he flew to like see me in person and was like crying because he was like, I had no idea. And I'm like, yeah, man, I've been like waking up every night and seeing these like shadows through the mosquito net, like on my bed, and it just just reliving it, locking myself layers into this room or house by myself, and just couldn't ever relax. Like, not even just relax, like it's a state of hypervigilance that just I stayed in for a couple of years. And like different therapists I've talked to, or, you know, like people are introduced in your life at different times for different reasons. But this one in particular was a psychiatrist, and they said something. He said something to me in 2018, because I was asking some hard questions with my therapist. I was like, hey, am I doing more harm than good by continuing to stay in this environment? Because I was starting to see things a little bit more differently.
What environment?
Like in the commando environment. I stayed operational beyond all of it, and the answer was no. I'm doing a lot more damage than good. But it was said to me is like, well, it depends on what's your goal. Is your end goal to be the best operator you can be? And I feel like that's a cop-out. When you work for a command, then like your whole job is to keep us in the fight. But we're no good to you not in the fight. So let's keep you in the fight. And now don't get me wrong, like he's not putting words in my mouth, but yeah, you're right. And then on the conversely, where an outside psychiatrist is like telling me, hey man, I commend you for making it this far. This is 2.5, 3 years removed from the Radisson. He's like, I commend you for making it this far. But he's like, there's a fire still burning, man. Whether the embers, it's still embers or whatever, it's still a fire. Whether it's raging, like you need to put the fire out completely. And you're never gonna do that here. And I was like, the fuck did you say? Like to me, I was like, there's no way. And he's like, he said this to me. He's like, you've had Delta for the past however many years and you need Disney, man.
You need Disney?
And I said, you can go fuck yourself, sir. I wasn't ready to hear it, man. Yeah. I just wasn't ready to believe it or hear it. And it's so true though. If you think about like ER nurses or docs, where they're in big cities or municipals, and they're disassociation, they're desensitized to life and death because they're like, oh, I couldn't say this one, next. You know, like you can't stay in that environment without moments of periods of reprieve to reconnect with humanity. But to function in that space, like you have to be able to desensitize, like, oh, I just picked up this dude's skull I shot in the face. Well, it's because I'm trying to put his face back together to get a photo. That's him, right? Like, all these things, like, they're not normal. There ain't nothing normal about anything I've done in my career. And that's okay, because I have a new mission. And it's still to help others, but now I'm doing it having helped myself and continuing to help myself first and love myself and build my sense of self from God and from within, from an altruistic mindset, and then be selfless. So I truly, where I told you I've gained my sense of self-being and worth from external validation my whole life. And that's just not the case. Not anymore. Now I'm doing it because I know there's more for me to do, and it's to help others, because that is the joy that I get as a human being. Like, sharpening other people's edges and skills and staying sharp and connected with them and having conversations and communicating and knowledge transfer and being present and being grateful of this wonderful country that we live in and this long life that I have to live ahead of me with hopefully my wife and my children's children, you know, because that's my legacy, is not what I've done, like what awards I've gotten or what rank I made or CEO, job title, this, that. It's how we show up and raise our children and protect them and then their children's children. Like, that is our legacy. So that's how I change the generational like norms that I've been chained to. And I was never going to be like fully do that, continuing to operate in that space I was in. And damn sure wasn't going to happen in a place where you struggle to be mediocre and you never really measure up, you know, especially when you don't know how to measure up to anything.
Yeah.
So you just perform. And then you never really figure out who you are.
You know, I've said it a handful of times, but, you know, and a lot of people hate me for it in the community, which I really don't give a fuck about. But I've said that moving farther away, every time I move farther and farther away from the special operations community, the happier I get, the less stress I feel. And it took me a long time to come to that realization, though. It got so... I realized this fucking community is so toxic that I got to the point where I wasn't even going to interview operators anymore. I wanted completely out. Didn't want to know anybody. Didn't want to fucking talk to anybody. I still struggle with it, you know, but...
What do you think the biggest part of that is? Like,
what do I think it is?
Yeah. Like,
I think it comes from... I think it's ingrained from training. It's who's the fastest runner, who's the fastest swimmer, who's the best shot, who's got the most kills, who's got the most operations, who's got the most time in, who's the best in the kill house, who's the best sniper, who's got the most jumps, who's got the most qualifications, who's got the most ribbons, who's got the most ribbons with valor, who is on the biggest op.
And that's
every fucking thing that happens in these
are,
communities is a competition.
Yeah.
It never fucking ends, and that brings jealousy.
Well, if that becomes, it's great to have standards and units a metric, like to measure something, or else you never really know where you're at in space, right? And your mates can never really like appreciate, or you can't appreciate their, you know, where they're at, like fully. But to dwell on it though, for it to become, well, this is high school, right? Where, well, that dude's a piece of shit because fucking blah, 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 you know, or their O-course time, or they're fucking like this, that. And dude, it's fucking like toxic as hell. And this toxic masculinity of like, I have to pound my chest to prove how badass I am to other people in this space is like shocking to me. It's like shocking as fuck. And I'm telling you, like, it's not deterring me from entering this space. It's almost like motivating me to hit people with a little bit of fucking humility and vulnerability. And guess what? It doesn't mean I can't still like perform on demand. Performance on demand is what a measure of like what a great shooter and a good shooter is consistently shooting good. Like, it's not like every now and again shooting this or like it. And that's just one aspect. There's so much experience that we have from being at war for 20 plus years in special operations, even being smaller and more elite. But the more elite you get, the more like unhealthy disassociation you have with where you stand in humanity. And a part of that, like, that's not everyone. I don't want to overgeneralize. Some people have a very firm grounded, and those are usually men of faith there.
But there are very many of them.
And there's not. And openly of faith and sober.
And generally they are not well liked.
Yeah. They're going to get shit on because they don't go out and, you know, big boy at night, man, big boy in the morning, you know, and trust me, like I partied my face off most of the time everywhere I went, almost all the time. Like, because we train hard and we play hard. And it was this reprieve that I have that I could count on anywhere I went. We go all over the world training in all these places and doing some amazing things. But for me, like it was feeding into this, like this facade that was it was just a matter of time before it crumbled. And then everybody just saw this scared little boy down there, like just wanting someone to tell him it's okay. It wasn't his fault, you know. And it's and then normalizing those behaviors as a parent, like as I've learned how to be a father and from a very young age. And it's like, well, they don't really understand how hard it could be, you know. You guys got it easy. That's the way I parented for a while. Anytime shit got real, like, why are they bitching? Why are they crying? I don't get this. You know, and why should they get it? And why do I have to make it a thing? But those are the circumstances of the environments that I was raised in, and that's where I'm challenging myself to not continue to adopt those and break it. And I'm working on that. I'm working, and I have a ton of work to do because, like, they're not going to always love you. They're not going to always be there. I'm a perfect example of it. You got to show up and do the work, and they deserve every bit of you, and they need it. They need you to protect them. And if I die tomorrow, I know that I am on the right path of mending and healing those relationships and prioritizing them outside of myself and God. They are it. Like, you know, in my own like energy output. And when those are like, when those are healed, they're continue to be maintained. There's maintenance. There's no start or finish line with them. But I have a lot of work to do still. And I owe it all to the woman that's sitting back behind us. You know, that the fact that and she's my best friend and the first person I love to hate.
Why do you think she gave you a third chance? I mean, last night at dinner, I'm just going to be honest. When you guys walked in the door, I was like, oh shit, his wife has cancer. And then we sat down and we got to talking, and she told me that her hair fell out because she's so fucking stressed out about what's going on at home. And that's heavy.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking real heavy. Why do you think she gave you a third chance?
I don't know. I'm asking God every day about that. I don't think there's no logical reason other than God for her. Like, her spiritual process is what has kept her. I think in the beginning, the first time, it was me, right? Like, I think she had a lot that she was still learning about her own trauma and the work that she needed to start doing, and she started doing it. And I say me, meaning like the appeal of being in a relationship and with me and like making it work no matter what, because it's our covenant, and her believing in that. But then now, like through the second, like God is the only thing that's, and I used to like make fun of her about it. Like, you have your God. Where are they? You know, and I was just so ugly. And it's powerful, man. And when that relationship can see through, you know, because I also like felt so alone and didn't know how to trust in others. And like I started developing like claustrophobia and like all these different panic attacks. It's like, what the fuck is this? And at the end of the day, like bearing all of it, right? Bearing the weight of the world. Like I've been able to like give that to God and then share it with another human being. And because of her, she's shown me the example that I need to follow in my spiritual conditioning. And we got a lot of work to do as partners and still as individuals. But
have you ever asked her why she gave you a third chance?
We talked about this recently. It's the only reason is because of God. There was nothing that, because before I think it was like she saw through all the ugliness, right? And I still had a foot in the door. And I was like, I don't feel like I can, because I wasn't capable of even paying bills on time and myself and running my own house. And I was like, man, I suck. Help me. You know, I want to escape. Here, come bail me out of this, you know? And I don't have another, there's not another one of those. I've already cashed that one in. Like, so now it's like, why are we doing it? Like, why is she like putting up with me still? And she's my best friend. And the only person I've ever like tried to trust. But that's also the person that I've inflicted so much fucking pain on. And now we're just dealing with all the like residual, like triggering like things and pain cycles. And, but if there's anyone else that I want to like go to the grave, like holding my hand, if they could put me in the earth, it's her. But to answer your question, I don't know, other than God and that spiritual process and that belief and like in me, you know, to when she can't see it, like because I'm throwing out every bit of it's the ugly, the evil, the monster. When I was disconnected from humanity for 2 years of my life. Like,
she's sitting right there. You want to ask her?
Why have you given me a third chance? Erica.
Because I've always believed in him and through my own faith in God, because I believe in God and I think anything's possible. But I saw through the mask and the hurt and the pain, and I knew that my husband came back from Mali. His live flesh came back, but he actually did die in the hotel that day. And so seeing a glimpse of him throughout that, like he's still in there, like having that hope and just seeing that, and it's been a process, and still seeing that he is there, you know, and coming out.
You're a strong woman.
Strong human being. Strongest person I've ever met in my life.
How are your kids?
I got a lot of pain, a lot of things I need to like truly like put the appropriate amount of energy towards the healing.
Are they going to watch this?
I hope so.
You got anything to say to them?
I love each and every one of you, Ethan. I've raised you since you were 4 and couldn't ask for a better, more capable son. And the stars, the limits, man. Like, and I'm sorry. And, you know, Kyla, you guys, you just make me so proud. And I want you to know that I will always be there to support you. And I know I've leaned on you guys more than you should ever have been leaned on to give me my sense of self love as a father. And I'm working and I'm continuing to do that work to be the best father, and hopefully if you guys bless me as a grandfather for your children. And Kaylee and Kennedy, you guys are okay too. No, I love all of you. And what I did doesn't define who I am, and what I'm going to do is just but a fraction of what I owe you as a father. I love you. Thank you for letting me do that.
You're welcome. They're going to love that.
I hope so. That's the biggest thing for me, is like I feel like everyone's just still disappointed in me.
Well,
but that's the shame piece and the self-forgiveness and belief, and
there's probably a lot of pride in there too.
Yeah.
You know? I got a hell of a dad.
Yeah.
How many people do you think you saved in that hotel? A lot of fucking people.
Even now, like at saying that, like I know I was exactly where I needed to be, like when I needed to be there, and but I can't even save my own marriage. I can't even like prioritize my children over everyone else. You know, I'm still struggling with it. And I just know that I'm not going to hang my head on that. I'm going to, the fact that I was there and saved the people I saved, and now they're going to have children, they're going to have children because of my direct like actions. And conversely, the people that I've taken off of this earth, like the intimacy of taking another human being's life, like that's eaten at me, and I've wore that on my soul. And I'm not looking for any more fights, man. My fight has been ongoing, and now I'm giving it the energy it needs. And it's right fucking here. It's having these hard discussions. At the end of the day, I'm gonna lay my head down tonight, and I'm gonna pray, and I'm gonna not dwell on all the things I didn't do today. I'm gonna highlight a few of the things I did that I am proud of, and then pray that I have another. And if I wake up, man, there's fucking joy everywhere. You just gotta see it, and I gotta say it so that I believe that. Because I'm telling myself these things, so then I do them and truly believe in them. And as I'm doing that, as a byproduct, I know it's helping others. It's just, I wish I could take back all the pain I've inflicted on the people I care about most. Because I had no idea what trauma was. But anything less than nurturing can be considered traumatic. And I say that because, I guess first I'm like, fuck, I've been traumatized my whole life. But more importantly, how much trauma have I inflicted, either directly or indirectly, to the ones I care about most? And what the fuck am I gonna do with it? Or not do about it? You can't bury it. You can. You can't avoid it. You can. I'm choosing to acknowledge the fact that I'm remorseful for the things I've done. I'm proud of the things I've done for good. And those are just but like chapters in a story, in a book that I'm still writing. And I have a lot of story to write.
Well, you're helping people by being this vulnerable too. I mean, by the time this episode airs, who knows how many people are going to watch it? A couple 100,000, maybe a couple million. There's going to be a lot of people that decide to live.
And that's
because you're sitting here sharing your story.
And that's the part you can't quantify. Like, is service to others, brotherly love, the principles that I've been trying to put word to, that I learned in the rooms of through my recovery. And I'm like integrity. You can't have integrity in part of your life, and then in others, you, like, I was just drunk. Like, or, you know, like, it's, there's no more of that for me. It's, no, I'm going to have those things. I'm going to build those things. And it's compassion. It's humility. It's vulnerability. Service. And my way of serving people of like mind and shared experiences, or, you know, I think those are the easiest ones for me to connect with because of my resume. Like, oh, look at this guy. He's been through some shit. Like, or he's done some really cool things or whatever. And the fact is, I'm like, yeah, and I'm human. And it's okay. I'm telling you it's okay to not be okay. But comparing traumas is the enemy in this space of veteran suicide and first responders, and it's like, oh, you wouldn't understand, you know, that side of it where you isolate yourself, and then, well, I've been through, I won't say something because they've been through more than me, or some shit. I get this all the time, where they're like, hey man, I've been through some shit, but nothing like you, and I'm gonna stop. Let me explain how I view trauma. And mine's mine, yours is yours. It's no better or worse. Like, how it's what we do with it and how we process it in healthy or unhealthy ways, and then how that manifests in our lives that make us better or worse. Not the trauma. Trauma's about that person's journey in life up to that point, in their perspective, in that situation, in their guard, like what they've guarded. They prepared their mind, body, and spirit for, or they didn't. They were exposed, or it could be, you know, a car accident. Like, it could be a miscarriage, a woman having a miscarriage. Like, those are all equally as traumatic to me. Like, now, were they the context piece of that person's life? That could be what tips them over the edge and to take their own life. And who am I to say that their trauma, well, they shouldn't have did that? That's not bad enough. Well, fuck me. I'm the problem if I'm saying that. And then if I'm creating environments where that is now normalized. Well, fuck, it was like you and I go into this room, I go left, you go right. Some gnarly shit happens in the room. We leave, we get back to base or whatever, and I go, or you go, hey Kyle, I don't know how I feel about what happened in that room. And I go, motherfucker, that was a Tuesday, Shawn. Get your shit back on. We're going back out. What am I doing? I'm perpetuating, like, an environment where don't fucking ever say anything isn't okay or weird or off. Oh, but if it's a tactical misjudgment, oh, people will fucking detonate on you. And as they should. And there's a forum for it. But like, that process is like, man, what an opportunity to take as a leader in those spaces and be like, what do you mean? Like, what's up? Those two words could be the difference between that person drinking themselves into a fucking oblivion and blowing their brains out and sharing something that they may never share with anyone else. And they see you as an opportunity of well, oh man, we went in the same room. But perspective is about, you're looking at it from your point of domination, because we don't strongwall here, brother. There's a little tactical joke. But it's it's an L-shaped ambush, man. But it's my perspective and yours, and then our journeys in life, how we slept the night before, how exposed we are to what it is we're perceiving.
A little compassion can go a hell of a long way.
It's crazy. I mean, that's truly what leadership is compassion for others and communication. Like good leadership. I think I've talked about it a lot. I'm like, yeah.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
I think we might need to schedule another episode.
I think it's a good time to end it.
Yeah. No, I really do thank you. Thank you for letting me, have this conversation with you in this forum to share it. I know that it's helping me significantly, and her, and my family, the ones I care about most, and then others. People, just like I said, the story about, like, I wasn't ready to receive things. Even Kyle Lamb's told me things where he's like, hey man, try your best. 4 years ago, he's a spiritual mentor of mine and like a father figure. And he's like, try your best to love everyone. And I was like, Kyle, if I wasn't afraid of you, I'd tell you that you're full of shit. And, but it's like, it makes so much sense what he was trying to say to me. I just wasn't ready to receive it. So now I am truly, almost to a fault, like trying to love everyone. That doesn't mean I gotta like everyone. But at its core, and that's what it's like. I'm like this little kid out there, like truly feeling like and seeing humanity, but with a body of experience and a wealth of knowledge of like things that I can use for good that were on the surface awful environments, or like environments that can define you and define you right into isolating yourself into nothing, like alienation of your own demise.
Yeah.
But it's all about iron sharpens iron. And he said that to me too. And metaphorically, I was like, you need a harder metal to sharpen a softer one. So that's bullshit. But I get it now. This was the mind that I, like, the way I thought,
Yeah.
and very, like, I think abstractly and I communicate that way sometimes, but sometimes it's like, well, no. Analytical and like, I guess, not pragmatic, but yeah. Like always trying to break down to the why, that I talk about. And a lot of it, some of it's just blind faith. And a power greater than yourself. Because if you're the biggest thing in the world, it's a lonely island.
Well, I think you're making a hell of a comeback.
I'm a comeback kid.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like to climb out or dig in the hole, man. Or both. No, I'm not digging anymore.
We seem to be going in a very positive direction now. It's
coming out in the light.
Yeah.
Like truly, it is. It's like that pressure, that monkey off my back of they need Kyle Morgan. Oh, then. I'm 965. They need me. No, it's not. The fucking next man up. It's a machine. This country needs that. The world needs it. I don't. That's a good place to stop it. Right there. I almost cried saying it.
It was a real honor, man. It really was. I'm fucking rooting for you. I know everybody watching's rooting for you. And, best of luck with your training company, Blue Bearing Solutions. Get ready. Because a lot of fucking people are going to want some training from you now. So, me included.
Let's do it.
So if you ever run a course out here in Tennessee, let me know. I'll take it.
Absolutely.
I will.
No, I know. You're serious, and I appreciate this opportunity. I do.
Cool.
You're doing things that I really admire, and you're doing them in a way that's you're creating this space, which you inherently are saving lives. us and you be a part of that journey of sharing them. So keep doing it.
I will.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.